Good morning. Mr Wilcox.
Honour, I'll commence today, if everyone pleases, with the Currowan cluster of fires, dealing concurrently with Stage 1 and the Stage 2 case study as it relates to backburning operations. The Currowan cluster of fires comprised 5 separate fires which started in relative proximity to each other and ultimately coalesced. Firstly, the Currowan fire, or Clyde Ridge Road fire, which commenced within the Shoalhaven local government area, encompassed within the lands of the Yuin people. That fire burned for approximately 11 weeks and damaged an area of approximately 315,000 hectares. Tragically, this fire claimed the lives of 3 people: Lawrence Andrew, John Butler Sr. and Michael Campbell. Your Honour will hear closing submissions in relation to those 3 inquests for those individuals at the conclusion of the address on the present fire inquiry. Secondly, the Charlie's Forest fire, or Monga National Park fire, in the Queanbeyan-Palerang local government area, encompassed within the lands of the Ngambri and Ngunnawal people. This fire burned for approximately 7 weeks and damaged an area of approximately 64,000 hectares. At least 246 structures were destroyed or damaged in connection with this fire, including many homes in Nerriga and Wog. Thirdly, the Clyde Mountain fire in the Eurobodalla local government area, encompassed within the lands of the Yuin people, burned for approximately 7 weeks and damaged an area of approximately 100,000 hectares. Approximately 1,500 structures were destroyed or damaged in connection with this fire, which likely originated from the Currowan fire as it crossed the Clyde River in the vicinity of East Lynn, possibly as a result of multiple spot fires emanating from ember attack. Fourthly, the Moreton fire in the Wingecarribee and Goulburn Mulwari local government areas, encompassed within the lands of the Ngambri, Ngunnawal and Gidangara peoples, burned for approximately 6 weeks and damaged an area of approximately 23,000 hectares. At least 123 structures were destroyed or damaged in connection with this fire, including many homes in Bundanoon, Merlia and Wingello. The Moreton fire was likely a continuation of the Currowan fire, as it burnt far to the north of the likely original area of origin. And fifthly and finally, the Tianjara or Braidwood Road fire commenced within the Shoalhaven local government area, encompassed within the lands of the Yuin people. It burned for about 4 days before merging with Currowan fire. Property loss arising from the Tianjara fire has been included within the losses attributed to the Currowan fire. As Your Honour knows, the Currowan fire was also selected as a representative case study to explore the Stage 2 issue concerning backburning operations. Stage 2 submissions will be addressed after Stage 1 submissions for each of those fires, to which I'll turn immediately. Turning firstly to the cause and origin for Currowan fire, the evidence for that fire was centred around the opinions of Detective Senior Constable Natalie Burston, Senior Constable Rani Hume and RFS Wildfire Investigator Stephen May. In his fire investigation report, Mr May said that prior to conducting a site inspection, he examined RFS records, weather and lightning data and Sentinel hotspot archives to direct him to the general area of fire location. He then conducted a ground-based inspection on the site on 12 December 2019. After entering the Currowan State Forest, he told the court that he tracked directional vector indicators using a serpentine pattern to guide him to the specific area of origin. Mr May stated in his fire investigation report that macro-scale indicators led him to a large dirt mound, whereby the mound's natural earth and rocks appeared to have been displaced in an upward and outward direction, as displayed on the screen, prominently in the centre of the screen, that image from the Currowan brief. Mr May further told Your Honour that the mound had a distinct blowhole through electrical resistance and confirmed his hypothesis that the Currowan fire was caused by a lightning strike, which ultimately discharged into the ground, throwing up soil and rocks and causing that mound. Senior Constable Hume first observed the site via an aerial examination with Mr May on the 7th of January 2020. She then conducted a ground-based inspection on 14 January. In her statement, Senior Constable Hume stated that the Currowan fire originated in a heavily forested area of the Currowan State Forest, and now on screen is the area of origin identified by Senior Constable Hume relative to 3 other nearby roads. Her opinion was that the area of origin was based on fire indicators and 2 potential areas of lightning strike, which were observed within the area, being a large eucalypt tree and a mound of disturbed soil. On screen now are the 2 points of interest identified by Senior Constable Hume. Mr May and Senior Constable Hume both confirmed in court that physical evidence at the scene pointed to that mound of disturbed soil rather than the lightning-struck tree as being the likely point of origin. Mr May referred to GPAT's lightning strike data and confirmed there was lightning in the area across the evening of 25 November 2019. And further, there was a lightning strike at 10:47 p.m. that evening, which was close to the mound of disturbed soil. Both Mr May and Senior Constable Hume confirmed in oral evidence their hypothesis that the Currowan fire was caused by a lightning strike which discharged into the ground and threw up a mound of disturbed soil and rocks. Senior Constable Hume added that another relevant factor that influenced her determination was the absence of any other causes of fire in the area, and Detective Senior Constable Burston confirmed in court that she had not obtained any evidence pointing to any other likely cause of the fire other than lightning strike. Detective Senior Constable Burston also stated in court that the delay in the receipt of the first 000 call regarding the fire at 2:22 p.m. on 26 November 2019 and the likely time of ignition believed to be 10:47 p.m. on 25 November 2019 didn't surprise her. She said that the fire being ignited in a gully with nighttime temperatures and higher humidity and the unpopulated nature of the area would have impacted upon the time it took people to notice the fire. It's therefore submitted that the likely cause of the Currowan fire was a lightning strike on 25 November 2019 at approximately 10:47 p.m, and the origin of the fire was within Currowan State Forest in a gully bordered by Mines Road, compartment 487/1 road, and compartment 487/2 road. Turning your honour to the second Currowan-related fire, Charlie's Forest Fire, evidence as to that fire's cause and origin came from the opinions of Detective Senior Constable Jeff Horn, Detective Sergeant Matthew Gibb, and RFS Fire Investigator Darren Howell. Detective Senior Constable Horn confirmed in oral evidence that on 23 December 2019, part of the Currowan fire was reported to have crossed into the Queanbeyan-Palerang local government area and the Eurobodalla local government area. He said that the part of the Currowan fire, or that part, was given a different name by the RFS because a new incident management team takes over management of a fire when it enters a new local government area. And the map on screen shows the relevant local government area into which that fire crossed. On 23 January 2020, Mr Howell and Detectives Tyler and Davies from Bateman's Bay Police Station and Detective Sergeant Gibb attended a rural property at 4336 Kings Highway, Monga, to conduct a cause and origin investigation of the Charlie's Forest fire. The property is located near the intersections of Shoalhaven, Eurobodalla and the Queanbeyan-Palerang LGAs, but the property is in the Queanbeyan-Palerang LGA. And that property consisted of grazing paddocks adjacent to the eastern side of the Kings Highway, east of which is thick bushland, as now shown on screen. Detective Sergeant Gibb and Mr Howell stated in oral evidence that the inspection was conducted at that particular point or that property because it was determined to be the best location based on the information they had received from fire progression maps and due to ease of access. Detective Sergeant Gibb said in his statement that prior to conducting the ground inspection, he reviewed a fire incident map showing the extent of the Currowan fire, the area of 4335 Kings Highway, Monga, and the boundaries of the relevant LGAs. He examined the grazing paddock in the eastern section of the property and noted several fire indicators that he said were suggestive of very low intensity fires, travelling generally east to west, in particular a number of small spot fires, as shown on screen now, adjacent to the heavy bushland. Detective Sergeant Gibb and Mr Howell then navigated to the approximate boundary between Eurobodalla and Queanbeyan and Pallarang LGAs and noted a number of fire indicators present, indicating a slow-moving, low-intensity fire had moved through that area from east to west. Shown on screen, that general location of the LGA boundaries and fire indicators. Based on the ground inspection and examination of fire progression maps, Detective Sergeant Gibb and Mr Howe formed the opinion that the Currowan fire crossed from Shoalhaven LGA into the Queanbeyan and Pallarang LGA on Friday, 6 December 2019. The Currowan fire then separately crossed from the Eurobodalla LGA into the Queanbeyan and Pallarang LGA in the vicinity of a property at 3096 Kings Highway, Murraygenburg on Saturday, 14 December 2019. The Currowan fire crossed the Queanbeyan Pallarang boundary from Eurobodalla LGA in the area examined by Detective Sergeant Gibb and Mr Howell between 20 December and 21 December 2019. In his fire investigation report, Mr Howell said that he reviewed intel from the Maria Incident Management Team and using the grid references from the map, navigated to the location of the LGA boundaries where the fire indicators showed that the fire travelled from east to west, consistent with the other fire investigation, and they're showing some small spot fire evidence. Detective Senior Constable Horn, Detective Sergeant Gibb and Mr Howell confirmed in court that there was no evidence obtained during their investigation that suggested that there was any other source of ignition, such as arson, the Charlie's Forest fire. On the balance of all of that evidence, it's submitted that the Charlie's Forest fire, so named on 23 December 2019, was a continuation of the Currowan fire, which crossed from Shoalhaven LGA into the Queanbeyan and Pallarang LGA on 6 December 19, and the Eurobodalla LGA into Queanbeyan and Pallarang LGA on 14, 20 and 21 December 2019. The third fire, being the Clyde Mountain fire, was the subject of a cause and origin investigation by Detective Senior Constable Horn, Detective Sergeant Gibb and Mr Howell, who all provided oral evidence. For the purpose of the investigation of the Clyde Mountain fire, they treated that fire as damage caused by the Currowan fire, but within the Eurobodalla LGA, now shown on screen. The Currowan fire is believed to have first entered the Eurobodalla LGA on or about 1 December 2019. Sheridan Batistic was one of the first witnesses to observe the fire entering the Eurobodalla LGA. She resides at 431 Garden Street Road, East Lynn, which is adjacent to the east side of the Clyde River. Throughout the afternoon, the fire moved in a southerly direction following the curve of the river, and some spot overs crossed from the river west to east onto her property. An RFS crew was subsequently deployed to the property, including Deputy Captain of Tomarong Brigade, Matthew Askew, who also observed the fire spotting from the western side of the Clyde River and into 431 Garden Seat Road, East Lynn. The Currowan fire is reported by the RFS to have entered the Eurobodalla LGA on a number of other occasions between 3 and 28 December 2019, before being renamed the Clyde Mountain Fire on 28 December 2019. On 9 January 2020, Detective Sergeant Gibb and Mr Howell attended the property at 431 Garden Seat Road, East Lynn, to conduct a cause and origin investigation. They commenced an examination on the western side of Portigan Road, which they identified as spot over 1, now on screen, where Detective Sergeant Gibb determined that the direction of the fire to be moving in a mainly southern direction. Detective Sergeant Gibb and Mr Howell then conducted an examination of the eastern side of Portigan Road, which they identified as spot over 2. By tracking and interpreting the fire burn indicators and fire patterns, Detective Sergeant Gibb determined that the direction of the fire in that area was moving in a south to southeasterly direction. An image on screen from part of that examination. Detective Sergeant Gibb and Mr. Howell eliminated other causes of the ignition, such as hazard reduction and debris burning. They formed the opinion that the area of origin of the Clyde Mountain fire was in the vicinity of Portigan Road, East Lynn, and the Currowan fire entered into the Shoalhaven LGA and crossed into the Eurobodalla LGA in the area that they examined. It's therefore submitted that the cause of the Clyde Mountain fire was determined to be spot fires emanating from an ember attack from the Currowan fire, which is burning on the western side of the Clyde River in the Shoalhaven LGA. The Clyde Mountain fire was a continuation, it's submitted, of the Currowan fire. The fire crossed from the Shoalhaven LGA into the Eurobodalla LGA at an area proximate to 431 Garden Seat Road, East Lynn, on or about 1 December 2019. Turning to the fourth fire, the Moreton fire, at 6:34am on the 1st of January 2020, David Hart, property owner at 1450 Cowra Road, Talong, in the Goulburn Mulwari LGA, discovered the Currowan fire had crossed the Shoalhaven River and was burning on his property. Mr. Hart reported it to 000 and the RFS responded. On 4th of January 2020, the weather deteriorated and the Currowan fire spotted over the Shoalhaven River in numerous locations. At about 10:19pm on the 4th of January 2020, Charles Campbell made the first 000 call from the Wingecarribee LGA. Mr. Campbell resides at 207 Spring Hills Road, Marilla, which bords the Marilla State Forest to the north. He advised during the call that there was a bushfire at the end of Spring Road, about 50 metres from his house. On 7 January 2020, Senior Constable Hume and Mr. May conducted an aerial examination of the general area of origin of the Moreton fire. On 14 February 2020, a ground-based investigation was due to take place, but a risk assessment determined that area of origin too dangerous to attend due to the recent rain and resulting floods. On 27 February 2020, Mr. Mark Fulliger, authorised fire investigator from the RFS, Mr. May, Detective Sergeant Gibb, and Detective Senior Constable Burston travelled to Tallowa Dam to undertake a ground-based examination. Mr. Fulliger stated in his fire investigation report that due to the area around the dam being steep and rocky country with sheer cliff walls, they were not able to see where the Currowan fire first crossed into the Goulburn Mulwari LGA to the west, but they were able to identify from fire indicators that the fire had crossed or jumped the Shoalhaven River into the Goulburn Mulwari LGA near the dam, is now shown with line scan overlaid with those geographic boundaries. They entered the Kangaroo River fire trail. On the east side, they observed initial fire indicators of a fire travelling in a northerly direction towards and across the Kangaroo River into the Wingecarribee LGA. It's submitted that the Moreton fire was a continuation of the Currowan fire, that it crossed from the Shoalhaven LGA into the Goulburn Mulwari LGA at an area west of the Tallowa Dam on or about 1 January 2020 and into the Wingecarribee LGA at an area north of Kangaroo River on or about 4 January 2020. The final fire, Your Honour, is the Tianjara fire. Mr. May, Senior Constable Hume and Detective Senior Constable Burston gave evidence in relation to the cause and origin of the Tianjara fire. Detective Senior Constable Burston confirmed in court that the Tianjara fire was a distinct fire in its infancy, in that it wasn't caused by the Currowan fire, but it did later merge with the Currowan fire. Detective Senior Constable Burston told the court that based on eyewitness evidence as to the first sighting of the fire, the likely time of ignition of the Tianjara fire was sometime prior to 5:13am on 19 December 2019. The first 000 call was made by John Croker, who reported seeing two small spot fires on the left side of the road along Braidwood Road and a, quote, nice-sized fire past the Turpentine Road turn-off on Braidwood Road. The small fires reached the size of a dinner plate about 3 feet apart and in tufts of grass. Mr. Croker used his feet to stamp them out before getting back in his car. He continued travelling around the corner from those extinguished spot fires, and as he travelled around the left turn, he saw another fire on the side of the road that was about 20 feet wide, 10 feet high, and burning in roadside shrubbery at the edge of the bitumen. 9000 calls were received from motorists overall reporting fires on the side of Braidwood Road. And on screen is a image from Ross Smith, one of the first respondent from RFS, taken at 7:46 a.m. that morning. Mr. May confirmed in court that he conducted a preliminary ground-based investigation of the scene on 5 January 2020. On 6 January, he went back to the scene and conducted a more detailed investigation with Senior Constable Hume. In his fire investigation report, Mr. May stated that based on information provided as to the general fire location, he decided to start his investigation at the intersection of Braidwood Road and 12 Mile Road. During his drive around, he observed directional macro-scale indicators and returned to within 100 metres of Braidwood Road and walked in a serpentine fashion to the northwest until reaching the transition zone of the fire. And he determined that the Tianjara fire's general area of origin was the southern side of Braidwood Road. He used fire indicators to track back to a gum tree as a point of interest for fire ignition, and Senior Constable Hume agreed that that gum tree, now on screen, was a point of interest. Mr. May confirmed in court that when looking in the specific area of origin, he found 3 pieces of shrapnel fragments believed to be from an aluminium wheel rim located in close proximity to the specific area of origin. He couldn't eliminate the possibility that a blown wheel or tyre might have ignited the fire and found no other evidence of possible ignition sources. But both Mr. May and Senior Constable Hume said that because of the scene had been contaminated, it's not possible to determine what might have been present there at the time of the ignition. One of those pieces of shrapnel now on screen that was identified. Both Mr. May and Senior Constable Hume provided a view that if the fires were deliberately lit, due to their small size when Mr. Croker found them, it's likely he would have seen other people at the scene when he came across it. But ultimately, both Mr. May and Senior Constable Hume confirmed their views that the cause of the Tianjara fire is best recorded as undetermined, with which Detective Senior Constable Burston agreed. She said that although she considered arson as a possible cause of ignition, she speculated that if an individual wanted to commit an arson offence, there are a lot of trails that go off Braidwood Road at a full greater cover. However, counsel assisting team suggests that not much weight can be placed upon that being an element of obvious speculation, however insightful it may be. Detective Senior Constable Burston also confirmed it's possible that a stray cigarette butt could have caused the fire, but again, that would not explain the number of small ignitions observed by witnesses at the scene. So ultimately, it's submitted the court would accept the evidence of Detective Senior Constable Burston that no conclusion can be drawn to this effect because of the contamination of the fire scene, and relatedly, that the cause of the Tianjara fire remains undetermined due to insufficient evidence. The origin of the fire was at an area proximate to the roadside of Braidwood Road in the vicinity of the intersection with 12 Mile Road, Tianjara, and the fire ignited on 19 December 2019 prior to 5:15 a.m. Turning then to a chronology of fire spread for the Carawan fire. One of the first 000 calls was made at 2:58 p.m. on 26 November 2019 by local resident Lynette Smith, who observed that there was a fire burning quite strongly to the north of her property, possibly in the Carawan Creek area. First responding crews reported a fast-moving fire being influenced by strong westerly winds in the area of Clyde Ridge Road, west of Carawan Village. Incident mapping shows that on 26 November 2019, the Carawan fire spread approximately 8.5 kilometres and had grown to over 2,000 hectares in size. On 1 December 2019, the fire spread approximately 11 kilometres in a predominantly southeast direction, breaking containment. On 2 December, the fire spread approximately 6 to 11 kilometres in a predominantly eastern direction, and between 3 and 5 December 2019, the fire broke containment again and impacted North Durras, Depot Beach, Kealoha, Borley Point, Tamil, and threatened Tilbury. On the 3rd of December, the fire spread approximately 14 kilometres in a predominantly east-southeast direction. At about 7:30 p.m. on the 6th of December 2019, plumes of smoke were observed coming from a rural property known as Yadborough, set back from the Western Distributor Road. There were additional plumes of smoke observed coming from the Western Distributor Road to the west of the Yadborough property. On 7 December 2019, the extent of the fire activity on the Yadborough property and along the Western Distributor Road was discovered when RFS and National Parks and Wildlife Service crews were deployed to the area. There were numerous suspicious ignitions north of the Yadborough Road and Western Distributor. On 8 December 2019, the Curran fire was amalgamated with the Clyde Ridge Road fire. On 19 December 2019, the incident mapping shows the Curran fire spread approximately 8 kilometres to the east before spreading from 5 to 12 kilometres to the northwest as separate initialised head fires. The line scan taken at 3:48 p.m. showed that during its easterly run, the Curran fire projected embers and ignited spot fires approximately 7 kilometres ahead of itself in the direction of Ulladulla. As John has heard, the Tianjara fire was first reported at 5:26 a.m. on the 19th of December 2019. It spread very rapidly 8 kilometres to the east before spreading approximately 5.5 kilometres to the northwest. Turning to 21 December 2019, an extreme fire weather day, there was a significant extension of the Curran fire to the northeast of Martins Ridge Road, Yata, which is just to the north of Porters Creek Road. Therefore follows that the residents of Yata and surrounds would have borne witness to a northerly extension of the Curran fire across the escarpment to their west as early as the 21st of December. Many residents understandably believed that the major fire threat posed by the Curran fire had therefore passed at that time. The evidence therefore raises the issue of whether the progress of the Curran fire along the escarpment to the west of Yata around 21 December 2019 burnt off most of the available fuel so as to make it unlikely that the later fire impact was due to the Curran fire burning back upon itself. As Your Honour will recall, independent expert evidence was commissioned from Mr. Jeff Conway, Australian Fire Service Medal. Mr. Conway provided 2 expert reports in relation to the Curran fire and gave oral evidence on 25 May 2023. Mr. Conway disagreed with the possibility that the fire that passed in a northerly direction on 21 December up on the escarpment to the west of Yata was so extreme that it would have consumed all available fuel in its path. According to Mr. Conway, even in the most extreme runs of fire, there will still be patches of unburnt fuel long after the fire front has passed through. He further relied upon line scans which indicated there were still pockets of active fire on the escarpment after the fire had progressed past the area on 21 December. As the RFS noted in their submissions on this issue, with which Council Assisting respectfully agree, Mr. Conway noted in his evidence that while the northern head of the fire may have passed Yata on 21 December while burning under a southerly influence, firstly, the fire was still progressing less intensely on both its eastern and western flanks. Smoke in the environment would have made it difficult to make observations of the behaviour of the flanking fires. There was almost certainly some active fire on the eastern edge of the Curran fire, and finally, upon a wind change to a more northwesterly aspect, the eastern flank of the Curran fire always had the potential to become the head of the fire and run in an eastward direction through unburnt vegetation in its path. Thus, it's submitted that it's unsurprising that there were pockets of unburnt areas around Yata after the fire runs on 21 December and later on 31 December 2019. And the passage of the fire on the escarpment around 21 December didn't preclude ember attack and fire spread from off the escarpment on 31 December under conditions then prevailing. Turning then to the Eastern Containment Line, as part of its response to the Currowan fire, the incident management team implemented an Eastern Containment strategy. While referred to as the failure to contain the fire south of Yadbro in Council Assistants' written submissions, as the RFS noted in their submissions, with which Council Assisting respectfully agree, the extension of fire north of Yadbro wasn't a failure by the IMT, but rather a result of introduction of new fire in suspicious circumstances, which required the IMT to move to a much broader containment strategy involving a significant extension of the Eastern Containment Line. That strategy came to involve constructing and or maintaining 108 kilometres of containment lines along the Princes Highway from Nowra Hill in the north to Milton in the south to act as a barrier to prevent fire impact upon the populated coastal communities to the east of the Princes Highway, while also maintaining access to the highway itself, being the main road linking many settlements along the south coast. While portions of the containment lines may have been used for individual fires in the past, the Currowan fire was the first time the whole 108 kilometre Eastern Containment strategy was deployed. Turning to a timeline briefly, the Eastern Containment strategy was first mentioned in the Incident Controllers Section 44 chronology on the 7th of December 2019. Reports indicate that containment line construction and backburning operations were occurring on most days throughout December. Construction of the containment line and backburning operations off the line were undertaken in multiple locations at the same time, and the events of 21 December added urgency to the need to complete the Eastern Containment Line. Despite the merging of the Currowan and Tianjara fires and significant fire progression on 21 December, the predominant amount of fire remained to the west of the Princes Highway, which, according to Mr. Mark Williams, Incident Controller for Currowan Fire, who gave oral evidence, meant that the Eastern Containment Line remains a valid and viable strategy to limit the fire's impact on those eastern communities. As part of resourcing, a dedicated heavy plant division was specifically tasked to work on construction of the Eastern Containment Line. Construction was reported to be regularly impacted by a lack of suitably qualified and or experienced heavy plant operators, which resulted in issues with the quality and placement of lines being constructed, as well as issues with fire suppression support, according to Mr. Williams. But as the RFS noted in their submissions, Mr. Williams didn't criticise the lack of qualification or experience of firefighters more generally during the season, and Council Assisting respectfully agreed that that was the effect of Mr. Williams' evidence that was limited to the heavy plant component. Turning to the ethos of the Eastern Containment Strategy, Mr. Williams confirmed that the IMT felt some pressure on 30 December 2019 to complete the containment lines in the Yatayata sector before the weather was predicted to deteriorate in the early morning of 31 December. Mr. Williams spoke of the impetus to close the gates along the length of the containment line. That meant ensuring, so far as possible, the containment line was continuous between the anchor points. Tied to this was the hope that backburning of good depth could be completed along the containment line. Mr. Williams explained to Your Honour that having open gates between parts of the containment line was in effect having a containment line of no more than a few metres. Explaining the Yatayata sector briefly, from the date the Currowan fire extended north to the north of Yadborough Road and the Western Distributor in early December, the fire was broken into eastern, northern, western and southern zones, and each zone was referred to as a division, with further sectors in each division broken down geographically. And the Yatayata sector was one such sector within the Eastern Division. On screen is a map explaining that. That's the map, with Yatayata sector in the centre to the left relative to Lake Conjola and the coast. Turning then, Your Honour, to deal with an issue which arises to the use or possible use of aerial incendiary devices, the court received evidence from many local residents that aerial incendiaries were used to progress backburning operations in the Yata sector in late December 2019 and the days across the Christmas period prior to the expected deterioration of fire conditions on the 31st of December. Several residents attested to receiving visits from the RFS or SCS on behalf of the RFS around Christmas Day, advising that aerial incendiaries would be dropped to the west of Yata around that time. Some residents received SMS messages advising of incendiary drops, or saw information on social media recording that aerial incendiaries would be used. Multiple Yata residents recalled hearing helicopters and planes flying around their properties on Christmas Day, and some believe these to be the RFS dropping incendiaries. Some residents in Yata told the court that the fire that impacted Yata on 31 December was due to spotting from the use of aerial incendiaries, and that their use progressed the fire towards the Yata area. Some believe that the fire that impacted on 31 December would not have been as intense if the incendiary burn was not introduced to the landscape. One resident provided the court with drone footage of the Yata sector taken on 19 and 22 January 2020. In particular, two clips of the footage taken on the 19th were said to show patches of browning with black circles out to the west, according to the resident account, which, in his opinion, was where the incendiaries were dropped by the RFS on Christmas Day. Detective Senior Constable Burston inquired with the RFS regarding whether aerial incendiaries were in fact used in the East Division of the Currowan fire between 21 and 31 December. The RFS stated that it appears that aerial incendiaries were planned for December, but they may not have gone ahead. Mr. Williams couldn't recall whether incendiary activity did in fact occur, but said it was more than likely that the aircraft would have scoped the area on the dates proposed for the drops and in the days prior to the work being scheduled. This might explain some of the aircraft activity residents observed over the area, but doesn't go so far as establishing the actual use of aerial incendiaries. When taken to the drone footage, Mr. Williams said he could not see any apparent evidence within the footage of aerial incendiary work having been undertaken. And noting briefly, counsel assisting's written submissions identified Mr. Williams as the author of a factual investigation report at paragraph 120 of those submissions, but as the RFS noted, of course it was Mr. O'Donnell who was the author of that report rather than Mr. Williams. Mr. Conway was also asked to review the drone footage and reported that the material he reviewed was inconclusive as to whether aerial incendiaries were used. He explained that to be confident of understanding whether or not they were used, ground-based observations and inspections would need to be conducted, and he ultimately thought that the use of aerial incendiaries were not likely to have created the pattern observed in the drone footage. He further stated there was no way that the fire that impacted Yata on 31 December 2019 could have been a result of aerial incendiary work on 25 December, as it was his experience that aerial incendiaries either worked immediately or not at all. Turning to planning for the crucial time period of 30 to 31 December 2019, the Incident Action Plan, or IAP, for the operational period 0800 30 December to 0800 31 December was accompanied by a document titled Fire Weather Discussion. That document was prepared following a forecast issued on 29 December at 1800 hours. This weather situation relevantly forecasted elevated fire dangers from the evening of 30 December into 31 December in the early hours, with a possible convergence of winds on the afternoon of 30 December. In his oral evidence, Mr. Conway said that he was a little perturbed by an apparent anomaly in the incident controller's log entered on the afternoon of 30 December, which read, quote, "Fire behaviour Tuesday, or 31 December, not much different to today, or 30 December, end quote." And that entry was plainly incorrect. However, Mr Williams confirmed that the IMT knew the weather on 31 December was, quote, deteriorating, and certainly it was to the effect that it did push us to ensure that we had that backburning done well and truly before that weather system came in that bad, end quote. Mr Williams described the particular focus of backburning operations on 30 December as closing off open gates, which he described as open areas which had not yet been backburnt from the hard containment line which had been constructed, with the aim being to increase the prospect of the containment line successfully holding an approaching fire. In his report, Mr Conway ultimately expressed some criticism of the IMT's plan, concluding, quote, given the weather forecast and level of resourcing in place for the night shift on the 30th of December, the IMT and fire ground managers should have taken steps to mitigate the risk this posed by seeking further resources or limiting the amount of fire introduced into the landscape, end quote. In his oral evidence, Mr Conway recognised the decision to implement the backburn with weather conditions and resource availability, as known on the day of 30 December, was a tough call for the incident controller to make, but it was one he suspected many incident controllers had to make throughout the particular fire season of 2019 to 2020. Mr Conway acknowledged Mr Williams' view, expressed in his statement, that the alternative would be to essentially, quote, do nothing, end quote, and let the fire break containment at those open gates. However, Mr Conway detailed at some length in his oral evidence before Your Honour the viability of well-planned defensive strategies and encouraged greater latitude for incident controllers to make these types of brave decisions in the future. In their submissions, the RFS highlighted at paragraph 12 what Mr Conway said about the limitations of relying on a purely defensive strategy with respect to the Gross Valley fire, which will be dealt separately today. But Council assisting submit that Mr Conway's observations in that respect ought to be confined to a consideration of his opinion with respect to the viability of a defensive strategy within the particular circumstances of the Mount Wilson backburn, rather than assessing the court's assessment of the desirability of such a strategy within the peculiar circumstances of the Yatayata backburn. Turning to the execution of the strategy, a document titled Currowan Resourcing was prepared as part of Deputy Commissioner McKechnie's evidence from the RFS to assist the court in determining what resources were in fact available during that period, 30 to 31 December. Ultimately, some of the crews tasked to the Yatayata sector across the evening of 30 December were pulled back due to dangerous conditions, namely the risk of trees falling on firefighters in the fire ground, which would have had the effect of further limiting the number of crews actively patrolling the backburn during these times. Ian Stewart, resident of Yatayata, included a series of photographs in his statement, which he took on 30 December 2019, and particularly three photographs taken around 10:30 p.m, an hour later than as captions on the photographs, which showed fire in the vicinity of Porters Creek Road, residential boundaries, and the McDonald State Forest at that time. Those photos are now being displayed on screen. Mr Williams provided his perspective on these photos during the inquiry. He said it was difficult to determine whether the photographs were taken from in relation to the backburn, and that if the photographer had stepped into burnt bushland, being somewhere near the edge of the backburn, then the photos indicated a significant progression of fire and a fair amount of depth had been achieved into the bushland some distance away. The completely black foreground of the photographs indicated to Mr Williams that the area was fairly cool and without much fire activity. Alternatively, if a fire depicted in the photographs was the edge of the backburn as it had just been lit, Mr Williams advised that it would require mopping up and blacking out, particularly where the tree bark was alight. Mr Conway was also taken to those photos. He said they showed the backburn at that location was still active and extensive blacking out over a number of shifts would be required. In his report, Mr Conway concluded that there were minimal crews on the night shift of 30 to 31 December. Those crews that were there were unable to access all parts of the fire ground due to the danger of falling trees. Those crews that undertook the backburning operation did not appear to have stayed on the fire ground for the balance of the night shift, and the blacking out and patrol undertaken by crews on the night shift and swing shift was not consistent with RFS guidance and accepted fire practice, apparently due to a lack of resources for the scale of the task, limited access to the fire line due to the dangerous trees, and gaps in monitoring of the fire ground by fire ground managers overseeing night shift operations. Turning then to 31 December 2019, early that morning, Mr Williams was redeployed to the Clyde Mountain Fire in the Bateman's Bay area, managed out of the Maria Fire Control Centre. That was called as a matter of urgency because of concerns that the Clyde Mountain Fire would threaten larger population areas around Bateman's Bay. And as the RFS noted in their submissions, with which Council Assisting respectfully agree, Mr Williams in fact said in his statement that there was early impact of the fire on the far south coast on 31 December 2019. As a result, Deputy Incident Controller Chris Palmer unexpectedly assumed primary management of the Currowan fire. Also, as the RFS noted, with which Council Assisting respectfully agree, Mr Palmer was of course stationed at now a fire control centre, not Milton Showground, which was said at one point in Council Assisting's written submissions. During the day of 31 December, a large number of strike teams were sent from Sydney to Bateman's Bay in response to the Clyde Mountain Fire. Initially, the conditions caused by the Currowan fire meant that the crews couldn't pass beyond the broader Conjola area and were redeployed to fight the Currowan fire before the road cleared and they could continue down the Bateman's Bay. During the day, Mr Palmer, Deputy Incident Controller, recalled in his oral evidence that aerial firefighters observed spotting 8 kilometres ahead of the fire front, and even some reports of spotting at a distance of 15 to 20 kilometres. Further, a severe weather event, previous to this season thought to be very rare, occurred later in the day around 2:30 p.m, and a pyrocumulus cloud formed and collapsed over the Currowan fire ground. That resulted in a fire-generated dry storm, leading to extremely erratic wildfire conditions, with sudden downward bursts of hot air and dry lightning strikes, themselves introducing more fire. In summary, Mr Palmer described 31 December 2019 as very dynamic and intense, and the most challenging day in his more than 30 years firefighting career. Eventually, some relief was provided when an easterly cooler wind led to temperatures dropping, and Mr Palmer placed this happening at around noon. Many residents from Yata Yata, Lake Conjola and surrounding communities gave evidence of their harrowing accounts of attempts to protect their and their neighbours' properties on 31 December 2019. And many of those accounts were summarised at some detail in Council Assisting's written submissions, which the court and parties have received. Tragically, 3 men lost their lives as a result of the Currowan fire on 31 December 2019, and separate submissions will be made today at the inquests into the manner and cause of death of Lawrence Andrew, John Butler Sr. and Michael Campbell. Turning to expert analysis and the question of the appropriateness of the Eastern Containment Strategy at Yata Yata and surrounds. In his report, Mr Conway concluded that the Eastern Containment Strategy as planned for Yata Yata, using the Princes Highway as a containment line, was appropriate in the circumstances known at the time of its planning. It was appropriate to apply a strategy that sought to limit the spread of fire to the east of the Princes Highway. In addition, Mr Conway noted that IAPs in the days leading up to 31 December also made reference to the protection of properties to the west of the Princes Highway up to the base of the escarpment in the Yata Yata district. Therefore, those communities received specific attention in the preparation of the IAPs around the time of the Yata Yata backburn. Mr Conway also noted that the Eastern Containment Strategy had had some success in containing the fire to the forested escarpment prior to 30 December 2019. Mr Conway wrote that in light of the scale of the fires across New South Wales at the time, the IMT could not have had any confidence that they would have had access to the number of firefighters, firefighting vehicles and aircraft needed to safely and effectively protect the people and assets that could come under threat if the RFS were to rely purely on defensive strategies. Moving deeper into December, Mr Conway said there were not really any strategic options available to the IMT other than attempting to establish the 108-kilometre eastern containment line, noting the topography, fuel type and fuel load in the area was very, very challenging as far as viable foundations for control lines running east to west were concerned. In other words, it was impractical for the IMT to halt the fire progressing north along the escarpment as December progressed due to the circumstances of the natural environment, so the next best options including keeping the fire from running east towards population centres. An issue arose during the hearing as to whether the appropriate weather station, be it Nerriga or Ulladulla Automatic Weather Station, was used by the IMT in implementing the Eastern Containment Strategy at Yatayata. While he expressed some concern in his initial report, Mr Conway clarified in his oral evidence that he was ultimately encouraged by the fact that, by the additional information supplied by Mr Williams in his statement, that the IMT took into account far broader broadcasts than just that of the single Ulladulla Automatic Weather Station. Turning to whether the IMT ought to have varied its strategy in light of the forecasted weather for 30 to 31 December, in light of the predicted weather conditions and resources available to execute the strategy, Mr Conway took note of the fire weather discussion, which, as Your Honour heard, was prepared at 6 p.m. on the basis of a forecast at 6 p.m. 29 December 2019, which documented deteriorating weather forecasts for 30 December and potential impact on fire behaviour. Mr Conway explained the content of the RFS standard operating procedure then in place relevant to backburning, which was Fireground SOP 18 of 1999, and a particular paper prepared by Dr Neil Burrows. Mr Conway concluded in his report that given the fire behaviour described by the incident controller, the observed and forecasted weather for 30 to 31 December and resource limitations adverted to in the Section 44 report, all of the concerns highlighted in the backburning SOP and Burrows paper applied to the situation confronting decision makers on 30 December. Mr Conway concluded in his report that in the absence of viable mitigation actions, given the number of available resources to control the backburns and undertake patrol and the forecasted weather for 30 to 31 December, the IMT should have given consideration to limiting the amount of fire introduced to the landscape. Since Mr Conway prepared his initial expert report, further RFS statements and documents concerning the planning and implementation of the Eastern Containment Strategy were made available by the RFS. In his oral evidence, Mr Conway confirmed that the provision of these documents essentially allayed the concerns he'd expressed in his initial report as to the want of evidence of risk assessment or risk mitigation planning. Turning to whether the Eastern Containment Strategy at Yatayata was implemented and managed appropriately, in his report, Mr Conway identified that in light of the forecasted weather for 31 December, the potential for backburns to be controllable on the day was low, and the potential for the backburns to achieve sufficient depth to contain the spread of fire under the forecasted conditions was also low. Mr Conway observed that in light of the length of the backburn lit on 30 December, being between 1.5 and 2.5 kilometres, and the length of the backburn lit over the previous 3 days, approximately 6 kilometres, the number of resources available to mop up and patrol, as illuminated by the IAP and RFS statements, was limited. Mr Conway concluded in his report that in light of the weather forecast and level of resourcing in place for the night shift for 30 to 31 December, the IMT and fireground managers were not able to meet the requirements established in RFS doctrine and should have taken steps to mitigate the risk this posed by seeking further resources or limiting the amount of fire introduced into the landscape. Having regard to statements from landowners and RFS volunteers on the ground in the Yatayata sector on the evening of 30 December, Mr Conway observed there were minimal crews on patrol on the night shift, and those that were there were unable to access all parts of the fireground due to dangerous trees. Mr Conway noted those crews that undertook the backburning operation did not appear to have stayed on the fireground for the balance of the night shift. Ultimately, Mr Conway concluded that the blacking out and patrol undertaken by crews on the night shift and the swing shift on 30 to 31 December in the Yatayata sector was not consistent with RFS guidance and accepted fire service practice. While Mr Conway acknowledged in his oral evidence that the IMT had to make a trade-off in balancing available resources for more challenging fire conditions on the morning of 31 December with sufficient resources to adequately patrol the backburn on the evening of the 30th of December, he maintained that resourcing during the night shift was inadequate and in fact significantly underdone. Council assisting note the RFS's submissions in paragraph 14 and respectfully agree with the underlying factual premises of that submission. And true it is that the availability of more night crews would not have overcome the limitation in accessing the fireground due to risk of falling trees, and it must be accepted that neither the backburn nor the main fire front appeared to break containment during the evening of 30 December. So in that sense, the backburn was successful during the evening period. But neither of those observations undermine the validity or significance of Mr Conway's conclusions it submitted, which were directed to whether the backburn was implemented appropriately. Turning to the RFS post-event analysis and conclusions, in terms of those matters concerned within the RFS factual investigation, Mr Conway agreed in his report that the conclusions from the RFS Predictive Services team, based on the simulations run with Phoenix Rapid Fire, were valid in that the final outcome on the day of 31 December 2019 was not substantially influenced by the backburns undertaken on the evening of 30 December. In other words, the assessment indicated that the outcome on 31 December 2019 would have occurred regardless of the backburning operation. Mr Conway noted the line scan taken at 9:50 a.m. on 31 December showed the main fire front making a major run to the east-southeast, which would certainly have generated spotting off the top of the escarpment. While the witness statements indicated that there may have been spotting from the backburn, this suggested to Mr Conway some properties may have been affected by the fire earlier in the day than they might otherwise have been if the backburns had not been undertaken. Council assisting respectfully agree with the factual conclusions of the subject of the RFS's submissions, paragraph 16 to 17, which it's submitted are essentially consistent with Council assisting's summary just given. In oral evidence, Mr Conway said it was not possible to be definitive as to whether the fire that first impacted upon properties on Porters Creek Road and Currawar Lane on 31 December 19 were from the strategic backburn, the Currawar fire, or a combination of the two. But Mr Conway said, quote, "I don't think there's any question in my mind that the main Currawar fire was very much the cause of that developing fire on the coastal plain. The one thing I can confidently make an observation about is that it was a fire run off the top of the escarpment that ultimately generated the outcomes of the day," end quote. Turning to some systemic issues raised by Mr Conway, in his oral evidence, Mr Conway noted that the experience of all firefighters in Eastern Australia and into South Australia during the 2019 to 2020 bushfire season was of incredibly intense, unpredictable and unusual fire behaviour. Traditional strategies and tactics applied in fireground management were consistently unsuccessful due to incredibly dry conditions and extreme weather events. Offensive strategies were consistently overrun by fire. Furthermore, Mr Conway didn't doubt that there were further seasons like 2019-2020 coming, and probably soon. He agreed that all of this points to the need to think about new and creative ways to try and develop more or different strategies, because the current weapons in the firefighting arsenal can be ineffective against some of these fire fronts and fire seasons. Mr Conway made three broad recommendations at the conclusion of his initial report. The first was that the importance of indirect attack, including backburning, as a firefighting strategy, providing further support to incident controllers and IMTs in the form of more accurate and timely intelligence, fire behaviour analysis tools and expert advice during the planning and implementation of firefighting strategies with a commensurate level of resourcing is what is needed in Mr Conway's view. Secondly, Mr Conway commended the development of fire modelling applications in the past 15 years, resulting in significant improvements in the area of fire spread predictions. He encouraged continued investment in the training of fire behaviour analysts and the ongoing development of predictive tools to enable IMTs and fireground managers to make timely decisions in order to keep ahead of the spread of fires as much as possible. Thirdly, Mr Conway also made comments in relation to community expectations. He wrote that a consistent experience of fire services over 15 years during major fires was the inability to provide sufficient firefighting resources to support every affected landowner or resident. Mr Conway emphasised that fire and emergency services with government support must educate the community on what can realistically be expected during major weather-driven emergencies. There will never be enough responders to support every household, and human efforts to contain fire in the conditions experienced on 31 December 2019 will always be overwhelmed. Communities exposed to these risks must see themselves as part of the response to an event and prepare accordingly. Turning to the RFS investigations of incidents, the Currowan Fire Factual Investigation Report records that investigators interviewed and took statements from various RFS officers. Unfortunately, the RFS was unable to locate these interviews and statements when later requested by the court. The factual investigation did not include interviews with witnesses outside the RFS. Deputy Commissioner McKechnie agreed that this was a limitation in the factual investigation report. He also said that he was not aware of any instance where RFS investigators had contacted New South Wales Police to request access to witness statements. Mr McKechnie acknowledged that there was scope for improvement in the preparation of factual investigations in terms of interagency cooperation between the RFS, New South Wales Police and the court to ensure efficiency of processes. In their submissions, the RFS agreed with the thrust of the recommendation proposed by counsel assisting, but suggested some rewording given the different timelines that may apply between New South Wales Police compared with RFS investigations. Counsel assisting adopts the RFS's reformulation of the proposed recommendation, which is in these terms. The RFS review its approach to undertaking factual investigations or other type of incident review and include a process whereby contact is made with New South Wales Police to see if police can make available any relevant witness statements and any other relevant evidence then in existence. Another limitation with RFS investigations is the absence of reliable information regarding the resources deployed to various incidents. The IAPs prepared ahead of incidents record the resources that are planned to respond to particular operations. As would be expected, the location and tasks that appliances ultimately respond to will often change due to operational needs and the dynamic nature of firegrounds. Mr McKechnie told the court that RFS appliances now carry a computer-aided dispatch system to capture dispatch information. This will assist in tracking the deployment of resources in the field, although it was acknowledged there are limitations in the ability to track appliances within sectors or divisions. Mr McKechnie also advised Your Honour that the automatic vehicle locating equipment is being progressed for RFS appliances, which will eventually enable the tracking of vehicles and allow the RFS to undertake historical searches to obtain this information even after the event. The courts reviewed, with the benefit of hindsight and from the safety of the courtroom, many decisions made by the RFS, community members and others in extraordinary and extraordinarily difficult circumstances. Those assisting the court expressed their sincere gratitude to those who have aided and provided information to the court to assist with the cause and origin inquiry into the Currowan cluster of fires and the general inquiry into backburning operations, planning and execution. Please support.
Thank you, Mr Wilcox. Mr Castleton.
Please, Your Honour. I propose now to address Your Honour in relation to the 3 related deaths from the Currawong fire. The first relates to Lawrence Andrew. Your Honour, these are the closing submissions for the inquest into the death of Lawrence Andrew. Mr Andrew died on the afternoon of 31 December 2019 at his home at 16 Myrtle Gully Road, Yatta Yatta, whilst in the course of defending his property from the Currawong fire. The cause of Mr Andrew's death was recorded on the post-mortem report as resulting from chronic coronary artery atherosclerosis in the context of firefighting. The cause and origin inquiry into the 5 fires comprising the Currawong cluster of fires will be dealt with by way of separate closing submissions, and Your Honour has just heard those now. For present purposes, it will suffice to note that the fire started on 25 November 2019 within the Currawong State Forest in a gully bordered by the Mines Road, compartment 487/1 road and compartment 487/2. Between 25 November to 30 December 2019, the Currawong fire made significant runs and was being closely monitored by the RFS. As part of its strategy in fighting the Currawong fire, the RFS's incident management team implemented, as Your Honour knows, an eastern containment strategy. The strategy came to involve constructing and or maintaining 108 kilometres of containment lines along the Princess Highway from Nowra Hill in the north to Milton in the south. Residents in the surrounding communities were thus aware of the fire's progress, and many of them began to take precautions, including Mr Andrew. The property at 16 Myrtle Gully Road was the former family home and a place where Mr Andrew loved to be. It is a rural property, Your Honour, of approximately 70 acres with a main house and numerous sheds and outbuildings. A family friend, Mr Tony Riemann, lived on the Myrtle Gully Road property, sleeping in his car or a caravan on the property. Mr Andrew was a kind friend to Tony. Ms Lexi Losel also lived on the property, separately to Mr Andrew. She was not present on the day of the fire's impact. Mr Andrew's former wife, Leslie, called by the property on 29 December to collect some things she had been storing at the property. She found Mr Andrew in good spirits, but he looked exhausted. He had been preparing the property for the approach of the fire, and he told Leslie he was going to stay and fight. Mr Andrew had prepared the property. He had cleared the ground around the house and his sheds. He had installed many sprinkler systems to protect the buildings on the property, and he had generators and pumps ready, even though he expressed some concern that the drought had depleted the water supply available to his dams. On the morning of 31 December, Mr Andrew drove into nearby Milton to collect additional sprinkler fittings. He spoke to his son David at about 10:31 a.m. and they discussed the catastrophic fire and weather conditions and the fire front that was, at that time, within 1 kilometre of the property. David wanted his father to leave, but Mr Andrew was adamant he would stay and defend. Shortly afterwards, Mr Andrew spoke to his partner, Michelle. They didn't live together, and Michelle was not at Mr Andrew's place at the time. Mr Andrew told Michelle the fire was coming from Golden Flats, and Michelle asked him not to take unnecessary risks. He said he wouldn't. At about 10:50 a.m, Mr Andrew spoke to his brother Brian. Brian was also a local and had seen smoke near the Myrtle Gully Road property. Mr Andrew confirmed he had the sprinklers running. Brian told his brother to get out of there if he needed to, but he tells the court that with Mr Andrew being stubborn, Brian knew he wouldn't leave. At about 10:57 a.m, Mr Andrew had a conversation with Jessie Chinnock. At this time, Mr Andrew was on his roof, setting up sprinklers. He seemed to be in good spirits, but was understandably busy preparing his house. Jessie told Mr Andrew the fire was coming in hot, but he didn't try to get to him later and check on him then. At about 11 a.m, Mr Andrew spoke to one of his neighbours, Wallace Burns. He told his neighbour that he was being hit by a westerly wind, whereas Wallace, whose property was about 400 metres away, was experiencing a northerly wind. Wallace assumed the fire was creating its own wind system. He said to Mr. Andrew, "This is going to hit us, Laurie." About 25 to 30 minutes later, the fire did hit the property of Wallace Byrne. He described fire moving along Myrtle Gully Road, double the height of the trees. At about 11:35am, Mr. Andrew took a photo which showed fire within about 10 metres of his house. He then, with the assistance of Tony, spent the next few hours moving around the property trying to protect it. Mr. Andrew's son David and daughter Leslie each tried to ring their dad numerous times that afternoon but couldn't get through. At around 4pm, Tony went into the house to get water and found Mr. Andrew collapsed on the floor in the laundry. Tony poured water on his friend, who apparently sat up and started yelling. Tony then dragged Mr. Andrew into the lounge room, but Mr. Andrew said he couldn't breathe. A gas bottle outside the house fired up and started to release gas. Tony then went outside to look for the best way to move Mr. Andrew outside, but the fire was at the side of the house. Tony was able to put the fire out, but when he went back inside, the house was filled with smoke. Tony went to see if Lexi Losel was around to help, but he couldn't find her. When Tony got back to Mr. Andrew, he wasn't breathing. Tony tried CPR and tried to call 000, but couldn't get through. He then put Mr. Andrew in the recovery position and went to get some help. Tony went down to the Princess Highway, where he was able to attract the attention of a Fire and Rescue New South Wales strike force and the RFS Lake Tabarine Brigade. They had to use a chainsaw to get back onto the property because in the meantime, trees had fallen, blocking access. Once they reached Mr. Andrew, they started CPR. Fire and Rescue New South Wales were able to ask for police and ambulance to attend. By the time police and ambulance arrived, sheds and vehicles on the property had been destroyed by the fire. There was no power to the home and it remained full of smoke. Fire-damaged trees were falling and the situation was precarious for all who attended. Ambulance staff examined Mr. Andrew, but he was already deceased. Your Honour has received into evidence a volume of material comprising 589 pages, which includes, amongst other things, an autopsy report, statements from family, New South Wales Police statements, RFS and Fire and Rescue New South Wales statements, New South Wales ambulance statements and records, and statements of civilian witnesses. Your Honour also received into evidence a further volume of material comprising photographs and videos for the mid-southern region of fires, as well as a general brief relating more broadly to the southern region of New South Wales. The officer in charge, Natalie Burston, gave oral evidence on the 27th September 2021 in respect of the Carawan cluster of fires and all related deaths. Pursuant to Section 81 of the Coroners Act, the coroner holding an inquest concerning the death of a person is required to make findings as to the identity of the person who died, when and where they died, and the manner and cause of death. In this inquest, Mr. Andrew's identity is known, as is the date and place of his death. For this reason, the inquest into Mr. Andrew's death focused on the manner and cause of his death. As referred to earlier, an autopsy report was prepared for the coroner by pathologist Bernard Ions, dated 12 February 2020. The autopsy revealed Mr. Andrew had chronic coronary artery atherosclerosis. In lay terms, this referred to a build-up of plaque inside the artery walls of the heart which restricted the flow of blood to his heart. Mr. Andrew died some hours after strenuous physical activity and high stress trying to save his home. In this regard, the autopsy report says, in the context of the stress of firefighting, the deceased appears to have suffered a fatal cardiac event as a result of his underlying chronic coronary artery atherosclerosis. Cause of death, Your Honour, is accordingly listed as chronic coronary artery atherosclerosis in the context of firefighting. Your Honour sees on screen now a photograph of Lindsay, Laurie, Kate, David, Leslie and David at David and Kate's wedding. In my respectful submission, Your Honour would make the following findings under Section 81 of the Coroners Act. That Lawrence Andrew died on the afternoon of 31 December 2019 at 16 Myrtle Gully Road, Yatta Yatta, from chronic coronary artery atherosclerosis in the context of firefighting while attempting to protect his property during the Currawong fire. Please, Your Honour, that concludes my closing remarks in relation to the inquest into the death of Lawrence Andrew. I move now, if it's convenient, Your Honour, to the inquest into the death of John Butler. These are the closing submissions for the inquest into the death of John Butler. John died on the afternoon of 31 December 2019 at 8 Tierney Road, Yatta Yatta, from thermal injuries sustained during the Currawong fire. The property where John lived was owned by the Wheatley family and was approximately 10 to 15 acres in size. There was an old school building and an old cottage on the property. The Wheatley family used the property to store machinery and earth products such as gravel. John was a friend to the Wheatley family and lived in the cottage on the property where he acted as a kind of caretaker. He had lived in the cottage for the last 6 years prior to his death. The cause and origins inquiry into the 5 fires comprising the Currawong cluster of fires, as Your Honour knows, has already been dealt with by written closing submissions. However, for present purposes, it will suffice to note that the fire started on the 25th of November 2019 within the Currawong State Forest in a gully bordered by Mines Road Compartment 487/1 and Compartment 487/2. Between 25 and 30 December 2019, the Currawong fire made significant runs and was being closely monitored by the RFS. As part of its strategy in fighting the Currawong fire, as Your Honour knows, the RFS Incident Management Team implemented an Eastern Containment strategy. The strategy came to involve constructing and/or maintaining 108 kilometres of containment lines along the Princess Highway from Nowra Hill in the north to Milton in the south. Residents in the surrounding communities were thus aware of the fire's progress, and many of them began to take precautions. On the 30th of December, the day before the fire reached Yatta Yatta, John spoke to his former partner, Marilyn, on the phone. She told him to get out of the area if the fire was getting close and offered to have him come and stay with her in Braidwood. However, the roads to Braidwood were already closed, and as a result of the fire by this time, in any event, it's far from clear that John would have left his home even if the roads had been open. He had lived through other fire seasons, and he was well known and apparently well supported in his community. On the 31st of December, initial reports of the fire impacting residents on Porters Creek Road were received by 000 calls from as early as 4:52 in the morning. A further call was received by emergency services from David Madden at Golden Flats Lane, Conjola, at about 8:22 in the morning. At about 8:30 that morning, that is the 31st of December, Andrew Wheatley, who lived nearby, went up to the property where John lived in order to prepare for the severe weather predicted and the likely fire impact. He asked John to consider leaving the property, but John refused. Later that morning, in the hours between 8:30 to 9:30, conditions deteriorated. Temperatures increased from 24 degrees to 38 degrees in the space of an hour, and the relative humidity dropped to 9%. The fire front and/or backburns previously implemented by the RFS as part of the Eastern Containment Line breached containment, and by 9:45 a.m. the fire was classified as being out of control. The court has received statements from residents and other witnesses that permit the court to understand something about the chronology of events involving John on Tierney Road. At about 10:28 that morning, Margaret Bellamy was on her way to her father's nearby property when she saw John sitting on a tractor parked on Tierney Road. Margaret wondered if he was sitting there because it gave him a vantage point to the fires to the north and southwest. John's nephew, Kenneth Ingold, spoke to his uncle on the phone at 11:19 a.m. to check on him, and then at about 12:34 p.m. John rang Andrew Wheatley. Andrew told John that the fire had already spotted onto Andrew's property at Conjola, only a short distance away, Your Honour, and that John should turn the water on open the bore valves of the tanks and then get out. John said, "There's no fire at the house. I'm right." This is the last known contact with John. The court does not know when the fire in fact impacted upon the property on Tierney Road. Witness statements confirmed, however, that the fire impacted 14A Tierney Road at about 1:55 p.m, coming from the southwest. It presumably impacted upon 8 Tierney Road around the same time. Sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. that night, Andrew Wheatley and his wife Sue, having battled the fire all day at their Conjola property, went up to Tierney Road to check on John. The 2 buildings on the property and all the machinery were badly burnt, but they couldn't find John or his car. They assumed he had managed to leave before the fire impacted the property. John's nephew, Ken, also went to the property that night, but couldn't find his uncle. Early the next morning, Andrew Wheatley went back to the property, this time with Richard Walker. They found John's vehicle next to a soil stockpile on the highway side of the property, about 100 metres from the house. The vehicle was completely burnt out and had collided with a tree. The bonnet had crumpled, leaving the bull bar pushed up against the bonnet. Human remains were found inside. It took some time to confirm that this was John, but this was eventually, Your Honour, confirmed via DNA testing, and which is contained within the brief. It is possible, Your Honour, that John belatedly decided to leave the property, but in the smoke and confusion ran into a tree and was overtaken by the fire. Your Honour has received into evidence a volume of material comprising 573 pages, which includes, among other things, the autopsy report, a statement of John's next of kin and son, John Butler Jr., New South Wales police statements and statements of civilian witnesses. Your Honour also received into evidence a further volume of evidence comprising photographs and videos for the mid-southern region of fires, as well as a general brief relating more broadly to the southern region of New South Wales. The officer in charge, Natalie Burston, gave oral evidence on the 27th of September 2021 in respect of the Coronial cluster of fires and all related deaths. Pursuant to Section 81 of the Coroners Act, the coroner holding an inquest concerning the death of a person is required to make findings as to the identity of the person who died, when and where they died, and the manner and cause of death. An expert certificate regarding the identification of the deceased, believed to be John Ronald Butler, was prepared by Yvonne Sedartic of the Forensic Biology DNA Laboratory of the New South Wales Health Pathology Forensic and Analytical Science Service on the 15th of January 2020. It is submitted, Your Honour, that the expert evidence permits a finding that the person who died at 8A Tierney Road, Yatti Yatta, was John Butler. An autopsy report was prepared for the coroner by pathologist Bernard Ions, dated 27 February 2020, listing the cause of death as thermal injury incineration. Witness statements outlined above place the date of Mr Butler's death as 31 December 2019, sometime after 12:34 p.m. Can I take this opportunity, Your Honour, on behalf of those assisting, Your Honour, to express our sincere condolences to John Butler's family, his friends and his local community. Finally, Your Honour, it's my respectful submission that Your Honour would make the following findings under Section 81 of the Coroners Act: that John Butler died on the afternoon of 31 December 2019 at 8A Tierney Road, Yatti Yatta, from thermal injuries, incineration as a result of the Coronial fire.
Thank you, Mr Cuthbertson.
May it please Your Honour, if I could be permitted, Your Honour, to address in relation to the death of Michael Campbell. Your Honour, these are the closing submissions for the inquest into the death of Michael Campbell. Michael died on the 31st of December 2019, or 1 January 2020, at 26 Wanderer Road, Sussex Inlet, from effects of fire during the Coronial fire. Your Honour, the property at Wanderer Road is a bush block with a short dirt driveway to Michael's residence. This consisted of a caravan, a lean-to shelter which appeared to have had generators to supply electricity, a couple of water tanks and a couple of vehicles. The cause and origin inquiry into the 5 fires comprising the Coronial cluster of fires has already been dealt with, Your Honour. For present purposes, though, it will suffice to note that the fire started on 25 November within the Coronial State Forest in a gully bordered by Mines Road, compartment 4871 and compartment 4872. As Your Honour knows, between 25 November and 30 December 2019, the Coronial fire made significant runs and was being closely monitored by the RFS. Further, as Your Honour knows, as part of its strategy in fighting the Coronial fire, the RFS's incident management team implemented an eastern containment strategy. Many of the residents in the surrounding communities were aware of the fire's progress in the weeks leading up to New Year's Eve, and many of them began to take precautions. During the course of 31 December, the Coronial fire spread approximately 6 kilometres to the east-southeast before spreading 20 kilometres to the north. It was during this northern spread that the fire impacted Sussex Inlet, where Michael was living. Sadly, Your Honour, little is known about what, if any, precautions Michael might have taken in the lead up to the fire. The structures on his property were unlikely to afford any real protection from fire, particularly given the surrounding fuel load on the bush block. Similarly, Your Honour, little is known about Michael's movements on the day he died. Whilst he had a mobile phone and seemingly received SMS emergency alerts during the day on 31 December, Michael didn't make or receive any calls that would help establish a timeline for his movements prior to the Coronial fire reaching his home. Furthermore, Your Honour, Michael had poor vision, and so it is not known if he could read the SMS alerts to his phone. The court does have evidence that early the following day, a friend of Michael, Stephen Daly, went out checking on friends. He spoke to Robert Kemp, who lived directly opposite Michael, because there was some suggestion Michael might have gone to the evacuation centre at the Sussex Inlet Bowling Club to escape possible fire impact. Stephen Daly later went to his friend's property and sadly found Michael in his car, slumped over. Michael was already dead. His caravan had been destroyed by the fire, and there was fire damage to the front bumper of his vehicle. The hypothesis, Your Honour, in terms of the manner of Michael's death is that he took shelter from the fire in the car but did not attempt to drive it. No keys were in the ignition and the steering wheel lock was still in place. Your Honour, there was no evidence of direct contact with fire, but Michael had been subjected to its radiant heat. The pathologist at autopsy recorded cause of death as effects of fire. This incorporates both the possibility of exposure to considerable heat, even inside the car, and exposure to the products of combustion, including carbon monoxide and other toxic gases. Pursuant to Section 81 of the Coroners Act, the coroner holding an inquest concerning the death of a person is required to make findings as to the identity of the person who died, when and where they died, and the manner and cause of death. In our submission, Your Honour, formal findings under Section 81 should read as follows: that Michael Campbell died on 31 December 2019 or 1 January 2020 at 26 Wanderer Road, Sussex Inlet, from effects of fire as a result of the Coronial fire. Your Honour, can I take this opportunity on behalf of those assisting, Your Honour, to express our sincere condolences to Michael's family, his friends, and to his local community more generally. May it please, Your Honour, that concludes my closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr Castleton. We'll take the morning adjournment and resume at 12:05. Silence, please. All stand. This coroner's court is yours. Good afternoon.
Your Honour, before I commence the closing address in relation to Your Honour's Stage 2 inquiry into the backburning operations, planning and execution in relation to the Grace Valley Mount Wilson fire, can I tender a letter from my instructing solicitors dated the 25th of July 2023 to Roderick Story Solicitors, who is the solicitor who appears on behalf of the affected owners.
Yes, thank you.
I understand a copy of that letter has been distributed to parties. The purpose of the tender is to address some submissions that have been made by the affected owners in their written submissions, and what that letter does is set out the history of Your Honour's scope of the relevant Stage 2 inquiry and the notice to the affected owners as to what Your Honour's scope was in relation to the Mount Wilson backburn that took place in December of 2019.
That would be Exhibit 70.
May it please Your Honour.
And,
One other matter, which no doubt Your Honour will hear from Mr Searle on, is that at 3 minutes past 12 today, I was provided with a 27-page document headed Supplementary Outline of Closing Submissions for the affected owners. At that time, prior to that time, I had no notice that there would be the service or purported service of a further supplementary outline of closing submissions. I have not had an opportunity to read it. I'm informed by my learned friend Mr Searle that it does not add to the written submissions that have already been filed. In that respect, I reserve my position, but can I just remind Your Honour of Your Honour's directions in relation to the service of submissions. At the conclusion of the Mount Wilson fire inquiry on the 22nd of May, Your Honour, through Your Honour's assisting team, circulated draft short minutes of order to the parties regarding a timetable for the exchange of written submissions and requesting any objections to that proposed timetable by 2 p.m. on the 23rd of May this year. No objection was taken by any parties to that proposed timetable. Accordingly, Your Honour, on the 23rd of May, made orders relevantly as follows: that those assisting Your Honour serve written submissions by the 5th of July, and that occurred by that date. And secondly, that any party who wished to serve written submissions to do so by the 2nd of August. On the 28th of July this year, the solicitor for the affected owners requested an extension of Your Honour's timetable to file and serve their written submissions by the 4th of August. That was last Friday, and that occurred last Friday. I don't know. I'll leave it to Mr Searle as to the explanation as to why we're getting a rather large further set of submissions so late. And I'll do my very best, Your Honour, to deal with it today, because Your Honour only has today. But to the extent that I need to reserve my position to submit further submissions in writing in reply, I would seek that indulgence.
thank you, Mr Castleton. I'll just take appearance as well.
If it pleases the court, my name is Searle, initial A. I appear for the, I think what has been termed the Affected Owners Community Group. In this matter.
Thank you, Mr Searle. Would you be able to explain why counsel assisting has received
Yes.
These submissions today?
Yes, there are two documents, and the answer is doing the best we could. We obviously, well, first of all, let me say how appreciative the affected owners were about the extension of time for the written submissions to the 4th of August, originally due, as my friend says, on the 2nd. Obviously, all efforts were made to adhere to that and to deliver that on time, with that adjusted time. In preparation for today, notes for preparation, particularly focusing on the issue of communications and warnings, got to the stage where I felt it was necessary to add to the submissions which are found in the filed submissions at paragraphs 100 to 111. And what my friend has said is right. This doesn't raise fundamentally new issues, but it does provide further details, and it was provided this today because we were busy preparing them. Now, I guess it's no discourtesy was intended to either the court or to my friends here at the bar table, but as I said, I can address them briefly. The reason why they're in writing is to avoid the need for lengthy oral submissions. But of course, we're in the court's hands because, as I understand it from the exchange of correspondence between my instructing solicitor and Bushfire Legal, we have to make an application to be heard orally today anyway, and we do make that application to add briefly to the submissions that we have made already in writing. The second document...
Sorry, you're adding to the submissions, or is it the...
Yeah, there's more, they add further detail. Just briefly, it deals with...
You're a party that is putting yourself into a completely different situation to anyone else. No one else has been provided this opportunity.
I appreciate that.
You have to explain to me why I should allow this.
First of all, the affected residents were not themselves permitted to come and be heard. Their experts were not permitted to be heard.
I'm sorry.
That characterisation, that is quite wrong.
Well, no,
With respect to my learned friend.
it's set out in the written submissions, and
No, let me be very clear on this, Your Honour. From very early on, those acting on behalf of the affected owners were told of the narrow scope of Your Honour's inquiry in relation to the back-burning operation that took place at Mount Wilson on the 14th of December 2019. That so much as so is set out in Exhibit 70, the letter I just tendered, dated the 25th of July 2023. An issue list was circulated and a witness list was circulated. As my learned friend well knows, the view that those assisting Your Honour took was that the evidence served, in particular the expert evidence of Mr Jelly, did not engage with the issues that Your Honour was inquiring into, and more importantly, Your Honour, did not engage with and address the expert opinion proffered by the independent court-appointed expert, Mr Jeff Conway. A rudimentary search of Mr Jelly's report will reveal that he only refers to Mr Conway on 2 occasions, each in a footnote and each in relation to the letter of instruction from my instructing solicitors to Mr Conway. Absent that, there is no engagement or reference to Mr Conway's expert opinion by Mr Jelly. The report was tendered, and that report of Mr Jelly is his oral evidence in chief. Learned counsel for the Rural Fire Service did not require Mr Jelly for examination, nor did I, because he did not engage with the issues before Your Honour. Mr Searle knows that because on the 16th of May, Mr Searle, in an exchange, made reference to Mr Jelly's report, and I outlined there in open court why it was Mr Jelly was not being called. At that point, Your Honour, no application was made that Your Honour consider Mr Jelly be called, and further, no application at any time, once leave was granted to the affected parties, was made by the affected parties, that is the owners, to seek to have particular witnesses added to Your Honour's witness list. Your Honour, this is not a Royal Commission. Your Honour does not have the luxury of time to call each and every witness that may have something to say in relation to this particular backburning operation. As was made very clear to the parties, those factual witnesses were called were those that were integral to the decision-making as to whether or not the backburn should be implemented on or about the 14th of December 2019. That was the issue that Your Honour was exploring, and that, with the greatest respect to my learned friend, was well known to his client from a very early stage, and no application was made to seek to widen the scope of Your Honour's inquiry or to add particular witnesses to Your Honour's witness list. May it please, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr Castleton. Mr Searle?
Your Honour, I take Your Honour to the filed original outline of submissions dated 4 August and paragraph 36 and following, particularly at 39 and following covers the same areas. While no application has formally been made in open court, there has certainly been a communication from those instructing me to those assisting Your Honour, expressing the desire to have Mr Gelly give evidence. And as we were reminded in the correspondence of 25 July, it's a matter for counsel assisting as to who is called. We're just simply putting that on the record. In relation to Mr Gelly, I've provided my friends at the bar table a copy of this. It's just a short table just outlining the issues that Mr Conway was asked to comment on and the issues that are here particularly before Your Honour, and where each of Mr Conway and Mr Gelly do talk about that. Now, I accept the criticism, or the observation my friend makes, that Mr Gelly doesn't, in chapter and verse, refer to Mr Conway's evidence and then give a structured reply in that way. But he does engage with the issues that are before this inquiry, and he does engage with the issues touched on by Mr Conway, and I provide the court with a copy of that table by way of an aid memoir to that submission, which we make at paragraph 43 of our written submission. Counsel assisting has a copy as well, Your Honour. And this document, of course, can be provided electronically. As I said, we don't seek here today to raise any fundamentally new issue, but the affected residents, obviously having been through a very terrible experience and wanting their voice to be heard as clearly as may be, did want to add in terms of detail to the submissions that were made and filed last week. So we do apply to the court to hand up that further written submission. I won't go through it in detail, but I will touch on what topics are dealt with in it and the relevance of that, and just makes a short submission flowing from that. And then, of course, my friend will respond. Counsel assisting will provide his reply submissions, and if there is any disadvantage that counsel assisting feels, that he feels the need to put something further, then obviously he will make that application, and we couldn't seek to resist that. As I said, it's not a fundamentally new set of issues, but it is more detail that is very important to the particular issue about whether communications and warnings were appropriate in the circumstance. And what the submission does, it deals with Mr Conway's evidence. It sets out for ease of reference the evidence from some of the affected residents about what they knew and when, whether they were warned. And that's important for this reason, Your Honour. Mr Conway...
Sorry, Mr Searle, you've made an application. This is an extraordinary application, given that you've been put on notice exactly what's happening, that today it's for counsel assisting submissions in reply after timetable's been set for parties for their closing submissions. You're asking to do something beyond that. You say you're just going to be a short time, rather than taking up the time, the precious time of the court, given the amount of days we're up to. Day 78, final day.
Well,
so
in terms of the matter that I'm concerned with, it's a shorter number, but I do appreciate the value of the court's time, Your Honour.
Well, if you do, then please, I will allow you to proceed for a short period of time, and then we'll have to assess what happens next. But today is the day where counsel assisting
Yes, I understand.
was to give submissions in reply after the parties had been given the opportunity to write their submissions, and that has happened, but now you're asking for this extra opportunity. I will permit that for a short period.
Thank you, Your Honour. The affected residents are very grateful to the court for this latitude. So I've provided the court with a table which seeks to set out in a summary form to make good the proposition that is advanced at paragraph 43 that Mr Gelly does engage with the issues before the court and Mr Conway's report.
I'd be indebted to my learned friend that when he addresses, could he identify the particular issue to which he's addressing so that I can follow? My learned friend has mentioned communications and warnings, and if he could identify which issue that submission goes to.
Yes, thank you.
Be grateful.
I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean,
Well, there was an issues list, as you know, that was circulated, and as you know, in our written submissions, we identify the particular issues that were on the issues list.
Yes.
And as I understand what has just fallen from my learned friend's lips, he wishes to address Your Honour in relation to communications and warnings. And I'd invite my learned friend to identify the particular issue on the issues list which deals with that topic or that subject matter.
okay. May I hand to the court a copy of the additional submissions we seek to make today? Both my friends at the bar table have got a copy.
Are you asking me to read this now?
I'm not asking, I'm taking you to parts of the document to make good the question my friend has asked. So the first paragraph, it sets out the issue of communications and warnings as we had understood as established at the stage 2 hearing. And you can see there the first footnote is the issues list, and of course under the issues list at C is the issues of communications and warnings. But nevertheless, and the issues of communications and warnings do go to, and this issue was in fact addressed by Mr. Conway at question 8. He was asked this question specifically, and we say that it is relevant to the matters Your Honour is looking at in this inquiry, because what this document does in part is it looks at the issue, the information that was made public to the community and charts what we say were the inaccuracies in that publicly made available information. And it also looks at the information that the RFS and those fighting the fire had in terms of their internal communications. And what that evidence establishes is that a lot of information was known about what was happening or likely to happen to the fire, and this information was not made aware, the community was not made aware of that. And that comes out just on the face of the material, but it also comes out in the evidence of the affected residents whose evidence is set out in this document I've handed up. Extracts of that evidence are set out at paragraphs 19 and following.
Can I be heard? So that Your Honour doesn't go down the wrong path. Can I provide to Your Honour a copy of the issues list? It's the only copy I have, and I apologise to my learned friends that I don't have a copy because I didn't realise I was going to have this debate. But Your Honour will see that deals globally with issues in relation to stage 2. For present purposes, and importantly, it's issues 9, I think, through to 12 that relates to the Mount Wilson backburning operation. Your Honour was not concerned in that case study in relation to communications and warnings. As Your Honour knows, and Your Honour knows from this week, that Your Honour looked in great detail into communications and warnings in relation to the Kangarwalla fire, Die Hard, and in particular in relation to the remote rural community of Waitalaba and the communications and warnings issues that related in relation to that particular fire, that is the Kangarwalla fire, and in particular the events that unfolded on the 8th of November 2019. Your Honour was not concerned in this case study in relation to communications and warnings in relation to the Mount Wilson fire and the backburn that took place on the 14th of December. True it is that Mr. Conway was asked some questions about it, but there was no inquiry into what was or was not taken by the RFS in relation to warning residents on the 14th or 15th of December 2019. That was not the scope of Your Honour's inquiry. And Your Honour will see from those assisting Your Honour's written submissions that they do not talk about it. They do not touch upon it, in large part because it wasn't the subject matter of Your Honour's inquiry. And with the greatest respect to my learned friend, he's seeking to introduce impermissibly an area of submission that is outside the scope of this particular case study.
With respect, that's in my respectful submission, of highly artificial submission in the sense that, leaving aside whether communications and warning is a standalone subject of this inquiry, it emerges very squarely in terms of the evidence that was examined in the hearings in May in great detail. Not only was Mr Conway asked to give his opinion at question 8 on that very matter, the warnings and communications given on 14 and 15 December, he was cross-examined extensively on that matter, as were some other witnesses. And in my friend's counsel assisting's submissions at paragraph 236 on page 68 at Roman I, submissions are in fact made on the topic of warnings and advice given to the community in the context of the analysis of Mr Conway's evidence. It would be highly...
I'm not sure. I thought it was clear how we were running this stage 2 hearings, but they're running in a particular way where the issues in relation to the case studies are set out and very clear, and it's not a free-for-all. We don't go into all the issues for the case studies, and as counsel assisting has just explained, the communications and warnings and fire prediction modelling was dealt with in relation to the other fires that counsel assisting has just mentioned. That is not what we are doing today. It's not permissible to make submissions or go into that today. That is not part of the scope of what we are doing.
Even though it emerges directly from the evidence that was heard before, Your Honour, in May. Obviously, Your Honour will make the ruling, but before you do that, I just make the proposition that the issue of what the RFS knew, as revealed in the evidence before this court, and what it publicly disclosed, and in the public disclosures we know, because this was covered extensively in the cross-examination, was inaccurate in significant parts. Warnings were not made to the Blue Mountains community. Some of the material in those notifications was incorrect, had the incorrect location, didn't disclose that the backburn had escaped its containment, didn't disclose the direction in which the fire was travelling, affected residents and communities were not informed. This comes straight out of the evidence that is in the brief of evidence for this part of the inquiry, and in our submission, it would really be a lack of natural justice to the people I'm here representing to have their views on this matter heard, Your Honour. Your Honour will make the ruling and I will be bound by that, but I did just want to make this point. But
I can't let that stand, because when my learned friend talks about natural justice and indeed procedural fairness, he would be, if he was permitted to undertake the course he proposes, he would be denying the New South Wales Rural Fire Service procedural fairness in relation to what he wishes to submit upon, because it was not explored. And if I can remind Your Honour of what Mr Conway said on the 19th of May, this is transcript page 1669 at about line 13 through to 1672 line 50. In essence, he said he could not reflect on what other material might have been out there which was reflective of the situation at the time in relation to communications and warnings. And the reason for that, Your Honour, is that my learned friend cross-examined off a submission that was put before the New South Wales Bushfire inquiry. It was untested. There'd been no discovery of all the material that the RFS may or may not hold in relation to communications and warnings, because it clearly fell out of the scope of Your Honour's inquiry. And what was being examined upon were the days, some of the days that followed the 14th of December 2019. All in all, Your Honour, as I've said before, and is well known to those appearing before Your Honour, is that the issues were of narrow scope, as outlined in the issues list. No application was ever made to widen the scope of Your Honour's Stage 2 inquiry in relation to the Mount Wilson backburning, and the issues or the evidence that was collated, tendered and explored orally with particular witnesses related to those particular issues, which is in the issues list between issues 9 to 12 or thereabouts.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Castleton.
Just in reply, there would be no want of natural justice occasioned to the RFS because the material in the submission was material that is either in the brief of evidence and was explored in the hearing before, Your Honour. The submission doesn't get any better by repeating it. I could outline what's in the totality of the document, and then you can rule on whether or not I can proceed with this, or Your Honour has sort of anticipated or given an indication of a likely ruling. Am I able to just sketch out what is actually in this document?
No.
No? Okay.
So we don't have that luxury of time to just be doing things like that today. It couldn't be clearer what the scope is in these stage 2 case study proceedings. And I'm sorry if you've misunderstood that, but it would be unfair on other parties if I were to grant you leave to just go wherever you wanted to go today.
With respect, we're not...
We've got to keep within the scope of what we're doing with this stage 2 case study.
I understand, but this came straight out of the evidence that was heard before, Your Honour. This is not new. It's not introducing some other new topic, going to evidence that parties haven't had notice of, haven't had a chance to evaluate. You know, the major fire update spreadsheet is, has been relied upon by Mr. Conway in his report. The icon material, a lot of material used and relied upon by the RFS is in the brief of evidence. There is nothing in the submission that was not before, Your Honour, that the parties haven't had a chance to canvass. And I hear what Your Honour says, but we think it does emerge directly from the hearings that you heard, and the court should not be artificially constrained and by just trying to draw narrow containments between topics when they naturally arise as part and parcel of what in fact took place. Because what took place on the 14th and 15th you don't have a proper understanding of it unless you understand what the RFS knew and what the community knew. That's a really important issue. And the affected residents that I'm here representing definitely want to be heard on that matter. But we hear Your Honour. Your Honour will make the ruling Your Honour feels is appropriate under the circumstance.
Is there anything else that you wanted to say, Mr. Searle, about backburning, adding anything?
No, Your Honour. We rely on the submissions that were filed on the 4th of August. It sets out, we hope, with clarity the evidence that the analysis of the evidence that was before Your Honour in the hearings, and that flows, we say, naturally to the 3 conclusions that we set out on page 31, paragraphs 163 to 165, which we invite Your Honour to embrace as just naturally arising on the fair reading of the evidence. Even if Your Honour isn't minded to embrace the conclusions that has been set out there, we say that in terms of issue 19, it is necessary and desirable for the coroner to make some recommendations, which we then set out in the following pages. And Your Honour will note that I think it was on Monday of this week, an updated version of the written submissions was provided, which just provided references in the recommendations to where the analysis of the evidence that supports them can be found in the written submissions, just so it's much easier to work backwards, as it were, what underpins the recommendation about fuel moisture content calculations, for example. Page 33, you can see a footnote there at 114. You can then read back in the submissions. We say whether or not you accept or embrace the conclusions and the findings we set out there, it's always the case when there's a natural disaster and you have the benefit of hindsight, Your Honour, it's always possible to learn something. It's always possible to see how in the same or similar circumstances, whether there or somewhere else, you can look at what happened, look what was done, and do better in the future. And Council Assisting's submissions essentially are that no recommendations need to be made. We respectfully disagree because it's quite clear. The evidence of a number of witnesses from the RFS essentially was this. It was in a very difficult circumstance and they felt they had to do something, and this was the thing that we did, and it didn't work out. There was a lot of, it escaped the containment lines. The fire did a lot of damage to a lot of properties. A lot of people were traumatised. If this inquiry was to result in literally no recommendations or findings about how things could be done better in the future, it would be our submission that would not only disappoint affected communities, but that would, I think, undermine the integrity of the process. That it's just not possible in a big situation like this, a big disaster, to not have some positive learnings. Leaving aside issues of blame or accountability, it's just not possible in a situation like this not to find some ways you can improve things in the future. And one of those things, for example, emerged from the cross-examination of Mr. Conway, who talked about fuel moisture readers. He said they do a very useful function, they're easy to acquire, easy to use. And this is actually an area where both the report of Mr. Jelly and the evidence of Mr. Conway join together and agree that doing fuel moisture readings is actually very important to determining whether blackburning in a situation is appropriate, and that there is an easy way of doing that and an easy piece of technology. And that's one recommendation that the affected owners would like this inquiry to make, because that would be a very positive thing to do going forward to minimise the risk of backburns being conducted in circumstances where they ought not to be. Again, recommendation 1B, mandatory public reporting of identified threats posed by planned backburning. And I won't read the rest, but again, it's quite clear that the affected community didn't necessarily know that there was to be a backburn. They didn't know that the backburn had gone wrong. They weren't kept up to date as to the progress of that escaped backburn. And this should be compared, this is a situation where the RFS and the state agencies actually did have good, up-to-date knowledge about what was likely to happen and what was happening. And that is revealed in the evidence that was heard before, Your Honour, and is otherwise in the brief of evidence which is referenced in this document. So we urge the court, whatever else it does, to embrace the findings we advance, to embrace the recommendations that are made, whether or not you agree with the factual findings, because those recommendations provide a balanced and reasoned way of improving what is done in these circumstances and going forward. Another one, for example, at page 33, at recommendation D, the documenting of planning meetings relating to strategic backburning operations. Your Honour will recall the meeting which determined or decided to do the backburn. A number of witnesses gave evidence about that meeting, but their recollection about what actually happened was at a high level, that there was no documentation about such an important meeting, and that is, we think, an area which could be improved going forward. And at recommendation F, we say that given the operational protocol states that strategic backburns are rarely initiated at short notice in the field, that there should be mandatory consultation prior to the commencement of strategic backburns to make sure that not only everybody engaged in the process knows what's happening, but affected residents and communities are also aware. I won't take up any more time of the court except to say two further things. Recommendation 3 about the Independent Inspector General of Emergency Services, that was recommended by the Bushfire Royal Commission. We think that should be embraced. It hasn't happened yet. That's a useful recommendation this court might be able to make, and that, of course, recommendations 5 and 6 are also advanced. That is, that there should be an apology to residents, firefighters and communities adversely impacted in the way that the Victorian government has done, and also there should be a scheme to compensate residents and communities who have lost out of the escaped Mount Wilson backburn and other backburns elsewhere. Those are our submissions, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Searle. Would you need some time, Mr. Castleton?
No, Your Honour, I think I can proceed as best I can in broken play, as it were. Your Honour, I now have a copy of the issues list that Your Honour has before Your Honour. I incorrectly referred to issues 9 through to 12. It's in fact issues 9 through to 14 are the relevant issues that were before Your Honour in relation to the Mount Wilson backburn. Can I start my closing address by addressing Your Honour in relation to issue 9, which was in these terms: what terminology is used around backburns, example backburns versus hazard reduction burns, strategic burns versus tactical backburns, offensive versus defensive strategies. Your Honour, in my respectful submissions, our written submissions addressing the terminology used around backburns is before Your Honour, and it's therefore no need or is it necessary to revisit those submissions during this oral address. Coming, if I may then, Your Honour, to issue 10, which is in these terms: what early suppression efforts, such as aerial attacks, were used in an effort to keep fires small across the 2019-2020 season. The circumstances surrounding the Currawong fire provided a case in point which was representative of many of the fires throughout the 2019-2020 bushfire season, which demonstrate why a focus on the early use of aerial resources and rapid response, including rapid area response teams, that's RART, are so important in attacking fires in their incipient stages. RAFT, as the RFS noted in their submissions, Your Honour, is an acronym for Remote Aerial Firefighting Teams, which are different from RARTs, R-A-R-T. Your Honour, the Currawong fire is believed, as Your Honour knows, to have commenced following a lightning strike in remote bushland, but did not become visible until a day after it had started, and in the following hours it spread approximately 8.5 kilometres and grew in size by more than 2,000 hectares. This, Your Honour, is an example which speaks to the importance of containing fires in their incipient stages where possible, including those which might burn for some time unnoticed in remote and difficult to access bushland before they grow and demand often already stretched firefighting resources and pose a risk to human life, property and flora and fauna. Against that broader context, Your Honour, the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry made recommendation 45, which was focused on steps for the New South Wales Government to monitor and research measures prioritising early suppression to keep fires small. The progress made by the RFS and National Parks and Wildlife Service in this respect was the subject of evidence by way of quarterly progress reports and correspondence tendered in Your Honour's inquiry. Recommendation 46 of the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry called for the RFS to trial initial aerial dispatch in areas of high bushfire risk in order to improve early fire suppression, which quarterly progress reports tendered in evidence confirmed that these trials had subsequently taken place. Coming then, if I may, Your Honour, to issue 11, who has responsibility for decision-making about backburns in circumstances where a declaration is enforced pursuant to Section 44 of the Rural Fire Act 1997. As Your Honour knows, Section 44 of the Rural Fires Act requires the Commissioner of the RFS to take charge of bushfire fighting operations and bushfire prevention measures and take necessary measures to control or suppress bushfires in certain circumstances, which include where a bushfire has or is likely to assume such proportions as to be incapable of control or suppression by local firefighting authorities. The incident controller within the relevant IMT, which is managing the Section 44 fire, has responsibility for strategic backburns, while tactical backburns are the responsibility of the officer in charge of the area in which the tactical backburn is being conducted. Where the fire behaviour index in the next 36 hours from time of ignition exceeds or is forecasted to exceed 50, the backburn must be independently reviewed by officers approved by the State Operations Controller. Can I come now to address Your Honour on the Grosse Valley fire, because it has, as Your Honour knows, some importance in relation to the decision-making around the Mount Wilson backburn. The Gospers Mountain, or the Wallamai National Park fire, precipitated another fire known as the Grosse Valley Mount Wilson fire. That is, in anticipation of the likely advance of the Gospers Mountain fire, the RFS implemented a number of strategic backburns with a view to strengthening a southern containment edge of that fire. In our respectful submission, Your Honour, the evidence incontrovertibly indicates that the Grosse Valley fire was the result of one such backburn, implemented on the 14th of December 2019 to the west of Mount Wilson Road and north of the Bells Line of Road in Mount Wilson by firefighting authorities under the control and direction of the RFS. This strategy, Your Honour, was implemented in response to the southern perimeter of what was an enormous fire, that is the Gospers Mountain fire, burning to the north and of some distance away from the communities that were ultimately heavily impacted by the backburn. The strategic backburn ultimately spotted, as Your Honour knows, to the east of Mount Wilson Road and impacted upon properties in Mount Wilson and went on to impact communities including Mount Wilson, Mount Tomah, Barrabing and Bilpin the next day, that is the 15th of December 2019, and in the subsequent days. During the 21st and the 22nd of December 2019, multiple homes were destroyed in Lithgow, Clarence, Bell, Dargan, Bilpin, Currajong and Blackheath. As the RFS have noted in their submissions, with which we respectfully agree, the fire impact was as a result of the southern extension of the Gospers Mountain fire rather than the escaped Mount Wilson backburn. I'd like to now, Your Honour, just set out some of the chronology of relevant events. During the 15th of December 2019, the fire in the vicinity of the intersection of Bells Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road commenced a significant run to the east and spread 8.5 kilometres to the east-north-east. This, Your Honour, resulted in structural damage and destruction to properties situated in Mount Wilson, Mount Tomah, Barrabing and Bilpin in the subsequent days. Also on that day, the 15th of December, the fire also progressed well into the Grosse Valley, south of the Bells Line of Road. On the 19th of December, the fire crossed the Grosse River. On 20 December, this extension of the Gospers Mountain fire south of the Grosse River was annexed to the Blue Mountains Incident Management Team, and from this day, the fire originating from the Mount Wilson strategic backburn became known as the Grosse Valley Mount Wilson fire. On 31 December 2019, a backburn in Blackheath escaped and destroyed several lodges in the Jimby Rinja Echo Lodge at the end of Evans Lookout Road in Blackheath. Fortuitously, that fire was contained by the end of the day with the assistance of water bucketing helicopters, LATs, that is large air tankers, and remote area firefighters. The Grosse Valley fire, Your Honour, was recorded as contained on the 2nd of January 2020, and the Section 44 declaration was revoked on the 19th of January 2020, and the fire was formally declared out at 3:42 p.m. on the 4th of February 2020. Importantly, Your Honour, combined, the Gospers Mountain and Grosse Valley fires burnt over a staggering 532,546 hectares, approximately 50,000 hectares of state forest and some 433,000 hectares of national park tenure was impacted. Reportedly, Your Honour, over 80% or 850,000 hectares of the Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area was impacted by fires, not just these two fires, during the 2019-2020 bushfire season. Successful fire suppression by remote aerial firefighting teams and aerial resources were critical in ensuring the remaining 20% remained unburnt. This including saving the last remaining wild stands of the Wallamine pines in the world in a remote sandstone canyon in the Wallamine National Park. Your Honour, I'm about to commence another topic. Is it convenient to take the lunch and adjournment?
We will. We'll take the lunch adjournment and resume at 2 o'clock. Yes, Mr Castleton.
Please, Your Honour. The court has received into evidence over 5,000 pages of material, which includes statements from members of the New South Wales Police and RFS documents, Bureau of Meteorology, weather data and operational records and guideline documents of the RFS. Following witnesses, Your Honour, gave oral evidence during the hearing into the cause and origin of the Grace Valley fire in June of last year. Detective Sergeant Laura Harvey of the Hawkesbury Police Area Command was the officer in charge. Mr Darren Howell, RFS authorised fire investigator of the Macarthur Fire Control Centre. Senior Sergeant Neil Welshinger, Police Sydney Crime Scene Section, and Mr Matthew O'Donnell, RFS Capability Manager with the Hunter Area Command. Pursuant to Section 81 of the Coroners Act, the coroner holding an inquiry concerning a fire is required to make findings as to the date and place of the fire and the circumstances of that fire. In this inquiry, the focus was on identifying where and when the Grace Valley fire originated and the circumstances of same, particularly focusing on the cause. I may just briefly deal with the evidence of spotting from the Grace Valley Mount Wilson strategic backburn. Detective Sergeant Harvey found no evidence to suggest that the fire that spotted to the east of Mount Wilson Road might have actually spotted from the Gospers Mountain fire, then burning some kilometres to the north, and on that basis excluded that as a potential cause of the Grace Valley fire. Detective Sergeant Harvey was further able to exclude other potential ignition sources in the course of her investigation, accepting that those conclusions were based on the absence of any evidence rather than the physical examination of the scene, which would definitively exclude things like campfires and cigarette smoking. Detective Sergeant Harvey further agreed with the proposition that the cause of the Grace Valley fire can reasonably be recorded as arising as a result of spotting to the east of Mount Wilson Road from a strategic backburn lit in an attempt by the RFS to strengthen a southern containment line in response to the Gospers Mountain fire. Mr Howell and Senior Sergeant Welshinger were not able to proffer an opinion as to the cause and origin of the Grace Valley fire, given that the scope of their joint agency investigation was directed to determining where and why fire had crossed the Gross River and spread into a new local government area. The scope of Mr O'Donnell's factual investigation into the Gospers Mountain fire, as Your Honour will recall, was limited to the circumstances and sequences of events that were related to the loss of containment of the backburn around Mount Wilson. It was not within the scope of his investigation to determine cause and origin based on a physical fire investigation. However, as Your Honour knows, following a review of the evidence, he surmised that the impact on the communities was understood to have originated from spot-overs from the backburning operation in the Bell Division on 14 December 2019 and the subsequent spread. Mr O'Donnell, Your Honour, estimated that the southern edge of the Gospers Mountain fire on the 14th of December was approximately 12 kilometres to the north of the Mount Wilson northern interface. On his view, while it's not impossible for embers to travel that distance, it would be abnormal, and he didn't believe that the conditions on the day were conducive to spotting of that distance nor in that direction, because at the time of the spot-overs, the wind was coming from a south-southwesterly position. Accordingly, Mr O'Donnell expressed the opinion that it is extremely unlikely that the fire to the east of Mount Wilson Road resulted from spotting from the Gospers Mountain fire. Finally, Your Honour, Mr O'Donnell maintained the conclusion in his factual investigation report that it was likely that the spot-overs originated from the backburn along Mount Wilson Road, spreading rapidly based on terrain and escalating weather conditions and outflanking the crews, but a spot-over originating from the backburning along Bell's line of road, in his opinion, could not be ruled out. In terms of key conclusions in respect of cause and origin of the Grace Valley fire, it is submitted, Your Honour, that the origin of the fire was in dry, sclerophyll forest with shrubby understory of heavy field loads situated on steep terrain in an area inaccessible by foot to the east of Mount Wilson Road. And secondly, that the cause of the fire was spotting from a strategic backburn in the Bell Division implemented by firefighting authorities under the control and direction of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service on 14 December 2019 along the intersection of the Bells line of road and Mount Wilson Road. Your Honour, this strategy was implemented in response to the southern perimeter of the Gospers Mountain fire, as Your Honour knows, burning to the north. I come now, Your Honour, to address on the Stage 2 backburning operations, planning and execution, Your Honour's inquiry that took evidence in May of this year. Your Honour, issue 12 of the issues list is in these terms. What containment strategies were considered to control the spread at the southern edge of the Gospers Mountain fire in the period up to 12 December 2019, and how did such strategies fit within the wider context of responding to other fires or fire edges for the Gosper Mountain fire, along with other fires burning within the state of New South Wales? Issue 13 was in these terms. What prompted a change in the southern containment strategy on 13 December 2019, and was the change reasonable in the circumstances? And issue 14, Your Honour, how was the southern containment strategy implemented on 14 December 2019, including timing, ignition pattern, resources and monitoring, and what led to the initial introduction of fire to the east of Mount Wilson Road? Dealing firstly, if I may, Your Honour, with the evidence that Your Honour received in relation to the inquiry, Your Honour received into evidence a further 1,500 pages of material, including statements from members of the New South Wales RFS and National Parks and Wildlife Service, including their operational logbooks, recordings of radio transmissions to and from the Hawkesbury Fire Control Centre on the 14th of December 2019, a Bureau of Meteorology weather data, fire progression and fire prediction mapping, operational records and backburning guideline documents of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. Mr Geoffrey Conway was engaged by those assisting, Your Honour, to provide 2 independent expert reports in respect of the Gross Valley fire. Mr Conway has, as Your Honour is aware, extensive experience as a professional fire officer and private consultant, providing policy advice and expert reports to many levels of government and inquiries, respectively. No challenge was made to Mr Conway's expertise. The affected owners, led by members Jochen Spencer and Corinne Sheaves, engaged 3 experts: Mr Nicholas Jelly, who's a fire ecologist, Mr Terence Kirkpatrick, a psychologist, and Mr Brian Williams, captain of the Currajong Heights Rural Fire Brigade. The court also, Your Honour, received into evidence affidavits from the affected owners and the submissions of the affected owners to the New South Wales Bushfire Coronial inquiry was marked for identification. The following witnesses gave oral evidence during the week of 15 May 2023. Mr James Carter, RFS Bell Division Commander, Mr Kenneth Pullen, RFS Assistant Planning Officer, Hawkesbury IMT, Mr Craig Burley, RFS Bell Division Operations Officer, Mr Chris Banfi, National Parks and Wildlife Service Air Attack Supervisor, Hawkesbury IMT, Mr Daniel Jazanix, RFS October South Sector Leader of the Bell Division, Ms Elizabeth Rains, RFS October North Sector Leader of the Bell Division, Mr Jeff Conway, Independent Expert, and Mr Peter McKechnie, RFS Deputy Commissioner Field Operations. As Your Honour is aware, submission is made by the affected owners that the affected owners were not afforded procedural fairness or natural justice because certain of their witnesses were not called to give oral evidence in the proceedings, most notably Mr Jelly. For reasons that follow, in our respectful submission, that submission should be rejected in its entirety. It is important first to give Your Honour some context to the Stage 2 Gross Valley Mount Wilson fire inquiry. Estimates suggest there were approximately 11,770 fire incidents across the 2019-2020 bushfire season. Approximately, Your Honour, 2,360 bushfires were reported to New South Wales Police, along with thousands reported to the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. Approximately 96 fires were reported to Your Honour as the State Coroner by police, consistent with the bushfire reporting requirements then in force. A brief of evidence was prepared for each of the fires reported to Your Honour. Briefs were then reviewed and Your Honour determined that 43 fires should proceed to a hearing, initially focused upon the cause and origin of the relevant fire. These, as Your Honour is aware, were termed Stage 1 hearings. Of the 43 fires that proceeded to a Stage 1 hearing, Your Honour later determined that 17 would go on to be subject to a Stage 2 hearing. These hearings have been selected in order to focus upon systemic matters that were seen to arise across one or more of the Stage 1 hearings and which were considered worthy of further investigation. As Your Honour is well aware, it is not possible for this court to attempt to answer every question raised in every brief collated across the 2019-2020 bushfire season. The Stage 2 case studies identified attempted to highlight important systemic issues that may have broad application beyond the specific fires being examined. Stage 2 hearings built upon the extensive work of the final report of the Royal Commission into National Natural Disaster Arrangements, the final report of the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry, and the Senate Finance and Public Administration Reference Committee report. As I said earlier today, Your Honour's inquiry was not a Royal Commission of inquiry. Importantly, Your Honour did not have the luxury of time to call each and every witness to give oral evidence. However, Your Honour, it is submitted that those witnesses who were called to give evidence in this Stage 2 hearing were integral to the decision-making process concerning the backburn that was implemented on the 14th of December 2019 along Mount Wilson Road. In circumstances, Your Honour, where the affected owners' 3 expert reports had been admitted and 18 affidavits from property owners also admitted on a limited basis in that they identified areas of community concern and the ongoing effects of trauma, those assisting Your Honour, as Your Honour is aware, did not consider there to be any forensic utility in requiring any of the affected owners' witnesses for oral examination, noting, as I submitted earlier today, that no other party granted leave required those witnesses for oral examination, and their written evidence was received by Your Honour as their oral evidence in chief. During the hearing on 16 May, I submitted that Mr Jelly was not required to give oral evidence because he had not engaged with the areas of focus for the hearing, nor with the expert evidence of Mr Conway about the appropriateness or not of the Mount Wilson backburn. No application was made by the affected owners seeking to have Mr Jelly or any of their other witnesses or for any other RFS or National Parks and Wildlife Service personnel to be added to the witness list at that time. The council assisting team, Your Honour, advanced their position with respect to the use of the affected owners' witnesses' material during the hearing and through our various correspondence with the affected owners' legal representatives. This, Your Honour, is summarised in Exhibit 70, the letter I tendered earlier, dated the 25th of July 2023. Put simply, Your Honour, as previously noted, the material served and intended by the affected owners did not engage with the scope and purpose of the Stage 2 general hearing. This position, Your Honour, was also ventilated in an interlocutory hearing on the 12th of April 2023 when the affected owners were legally represented. It is therefore submitted, Your Honour, that Your Honour would reject the submission that the affected owners were not afforded procedural fairness or were denied natural justice on the basis of the evidence before the court. I come now to address you on issue 12. What containment strategies were considered to control the spread of the southern edge of the Gospers Mountain fire in the period up to 12 December 2019, and how did such strategies fit within the wider context of responding to other fire edges for the Gosper Mountain fire, along with other fires burning within the state? Your Honour, the Gospers Mountain fire is believed to have originated as a result of a lightning strike to a tree, or perhaps two trees, in remote bushland in the Wallamai National Park on the 26th of October 2019. This was, as Your Honour knows, many, many kilometres north of the communities that border the Blue Mountains National Park. But the Gospers Mountain fire burnt in excess of 500,000 hectares, making it the largest single forest fire in Australian recorded history. A preemptive Section 44 declaration was made on the evening of 11 November in anticipation of forecasted catastrophic conditions for the following day. A multi-agency IMT was set up for the Hawkesbury region, based at the Hawkesbury Fire Control Centre at Wilberforce. On 12 November, the forecasted conditions eventuated with the Gospers Mountain fire doubling in size to 56,000 hectares with a perimeter of 170 kilometres. The fire was seen to spread in the direction of all points of the compass and had crossed to the east of the Putty Road and south of the Colo River to the west, the latter which had been considered a key southern containment line. The sheer spread of the fire overwhelmed efforts to maintain it. Dealing now, if I may, Your Honour, with the Gospers Mountain Southern Containment Strategy. Mr Conway commented that observations of fire behaviour and fire progression from the time of ignition to the time of the Gross Valley Mount Wilson strategic backburn, including the effectiveness of containment strategies up to that time and weather forecasts, all indicated that direct and parallel attack strategies would be limited in their application. It followed, in his opinion, that an indirect attack strategy, whilst taking opportunities for direct attack during lulls in weather and fire intensity, was applied. Further, Mr Conway remarked that new fires outside of identified and established containment lines prompted the IMT to revise the strategy to a more conservative approach, reflecting a worst case scenario thinking. By about 18 November, the IMT determined to implement a southern containment strategy to the south, west of Putty Road, notwithstanding that the fire was still some 30 kilometres to the north. This involved securing containment lines extending from Upper Colo in the east through Bilpin, Itchenstoke, Mount Irvine, Mount Wilson and Bell in the south to Nunes and a number of smaller vulnerable communities in the west. It was in this context, Your Honour, that a backburn anchored off the intersection of the Bells line of road and Mount Wilson Road was identified as a critical component of the wider strategy. The IMT bore in mind that the area in and around Mount Wilson had experienced reasonably frequent fire history. Major recent events occurred in 1994, 2006, that's on the southern side of Bells line of road, and 2013, which was known as the State Mine Fire. The IMT considered that this fire, which impacted Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine during its run in 2013, demonstrated the potential for the Gospers Mountain fire to run through the landscape and vegetation type with extreme rates of spread. There were also 25-year-old fuels in the head of Bowen Creek, which is to the south of Mount Wilson and north of Bells line of road, that presented an extreme risk of fire crossing Bells line of road and into the Gross Valley. Long-range forecast issued in early December 2019 predicted very little to no rain. Accordingly, Your Honour, the Hawkesbury IMT placed no weight on the possibility of the Gospers Mountain fire being contained by significant rainfall in the near future. They instead anticipated that the Gospers Mountain fire would grow and threaten communities and assets in its path. Unprecedented levels of fire activity across New South Wales had also placed a large strain on available resources. Mr Conway opined that the containment strategy developed by the IMT following the fire runs on 12 November 2019, including the identification of the Southern Containment Strategy, was appropriate. Dealing now, if I may, Your Honour, with the Northern Line Strategy. The IMT identified the Northern Line approach to be the most appropriate with respect to protecting Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine and Bell. The Northern Line strategy involved implementing a backburn on the northern side of Mount Irvine and Mount Wilson, utilising Mount Irvine Road and Bowen Creek Road. The backburn would extend from Bilpin and Mount Tootie east and west around the mountains, then south along the western side of Mount Wilson Road to Bell's Line of Road, then west along the northern side of Bell's Line of Road to Bell. It eliminated the need to burn along the complex geometry of Bell's Line of Road and the 25-year-old fuels in the upper Bowen Creek catchment, which had last been burnt, as I said a moment ago, in 1994. It was anticipated 3 or 4 days would be required to successfully execute the burn. The 99th parallel, or 99 northern grid line, was identified, Your Honour, as a trigger point. The factual investigation report prepared by Mr O'Donnell stated that this trigger was approximately 9 kilometres north of Mount Wilson, between Bell's Line of Road in the west and Tootie Creek in the east. In the Bell and Bilpin Division subplans for 12 and 13 December and for 14 December 2019, the 99 northern grid line was noted as being the southernmost point of Bunglebury Creek. Mr Carter, the divisional commander, stated the trigger was slightly north of the Wollongambie River, and Mr Pullen stated that the Wollongambie River was chosen as the major trigger point. On 11 December 2019, a discussion took place between the Hawkesbury and Blue Mountains IMTs and local RFS Brigade representatives. The forecast that evening identified a potential window of favourable conditions on 15 December after a predicted southerly change had moved through the area. At that stage, 18 and 19 December were noted to be hot and potentially dry, but wind direction and strength was uncertain. Mr Carter believed that there was a general consensus that a defensive strategy was not a viable option and that every stakeholder strongly vocalised that an indirect attack through a strategic backburn was the most viable option in difficult circumstances. While he said some stakeholders may have wished to implement the backburn sooner rather than later, they aimed to implement it on the 15th of December in view of it being the best looking weather window we felt we could conduct the burn the most safely. Further, Mr Carter said, and I quote, "I think in all our minds we knew we had between the 11th and the 18th to have this strategy implemented, or it would be potentially too late." In Mr Conway's expert opinion, the forecast for deteriorating weather, fire spread predictions prepared for the IMT, and the experience of significant fire runs throughout the firefight were valid indications of the risk of further fire extension, which indicated the potential of fire runs to the south and southeast under the influence of the weather forecast for 19 and 20 December. All indicators suggested further spread to the south was likely, if not inevitable. Given the experience of the IMT with the Gospers Mountain fire to this time, such an approach was appropriate. Also, the use of an indirect attack strategy and the planning for the backburn was appropriate in the circumstances. It would have been, in Mr Conway's opinion, negligent to adopt a strategic position that suggested containment of the fire was possible without widespread rainfall in the fire area. No information available to the IMT from the Bureau of Meteorology suggested that this was likely. Mr Conway's attention was drawn to 6 backburns that failed and got out of control, which were identified by Mr Gelly and occurred between mid-November 2019 to 12 December 2019. Mr Conway was asked to comment whether those failed strategies had any bearing on the decision for the Gross Valley Mount Wilson strategic backburn to be implemented on the 14th of December. Mr Conway responded that he assumed that they would have been part of the considerations the IMT took into account. However, he added, the fact that a number of the backburns were not successful and were not contained is not unusual and was something to be expected in a fire of this scale. Mr Conway said, and I quote, that some of the strategies that we'd applied earlier in the firefight hadn't been successful doesn't mean that you stop relying solely on a defensive strategy in the circumstances that the IMT were facing at that particular time in December. It was just not appropriate. It would have put firefighters and residents at extraordinary risk, and I think, as I've indicated, the decision the IMT took, even with all the understanding that we've had about the success or otherwise of the firefight up to that particular time, was still appropriate in the circumstances. On 12 December 2019, light rain, approximately 2 to 2.5 mil, was received across the Mount Wilson and Barrambing areas and approximately 6 mil at Mount Tootie overnight. Test burns were unsuccessful and conditions halted the backburn being taken further west along Mount Tootie Road. A decision was made, Your Honour, then to focus on consolidating containment lines. That brings me then, Your Honour, to issue 13, which is in these terms. What prompted a change in the Southern Containment Strategy on 13 December 2019, and was the change reasonable in the circumstances? Forecasts issued on the 13th of December clarified the impending weather for the following week, relevantly including improvement in the forecast for 14 December, deterioration for 16 December, significant fire weather on 18 and 19 December, and another significant fire day on 21 December. Further, the forecast for the 14th of December showed the winds to be light, with relative humidity between 29 and 65% for the key part of the day. With relative humidity not forecast to go below 29%, Mr Carter stated that would be quite desirable for conducting a backburn. Mr Carter stated that on the basis of the updated 13 December forecast, discussions again took place between the Hawkesbury and Blue Mountains IMTs and local Rural Fire Brigade representatives. The original plan was to start lighting at the Mount Wilson village near Defoe's Lookout and then to light down to Bell's Line of Road. However, Mr Carter and Mr Pullen stated that given there had been some rainfall near that location, the concern was that if lighting commenced there, it would result in a patchy and incomplete burn which could still support the main fire running through it. Ms Rains stated that she put forward the original plan given the proposed anchor point was the highest point and the mountain would act as a buffer. Mr Burley added that the rainfall raised the moisture, the rainfall raised the fuel moisture content to a point where they probably weren't going to get the consumption of the ground fuels and the elevated fuels that was desired to put in a solid buffer between the assets of Mount Wilson and the approaching fire front. Ms Rains stated that Mount Irvine had more rain than what Mount Wilson had. The latter had very little. On her view, it would not have hampered a backburn at all. However, the consensus was that an alternative strategy needed to be identified. The IMT ultimately decided to commence the burn around Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine on 14 December at the corner of Mount Wilson Road and Bell's Line of Road, progressing in a westerly and northerly direction. This strategy, Your Honour, was believed to provide several advantages, including the following: avoiding moisture fuels further north towards Mount Irvine and allowing burning to be more effective and to progress faster, allowing progression towards Bell, Clarence and Dargan to expedite protection of those townships, providing protection to Mount Wilson earlier in the event of a traditional run of fire under northwesterly conditions, and providing a deeper buffer between the main fire and the area bounded by Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine, Bowen Creek, Bell's Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road, which had not been burnt for 25 years and represented a significant risk to maintain fire north of Bell's Line of Road. Some local stakeholders were reportedly anxious for the backburn to be implemented before the agreed trigger was reached. Mr. Carter commented that in his view, the ever-present risk of spotting was negated by the allocation of local crews to the most dangerous areas and ensuring sufficient resources were available. Mr. Carter surmised he'd probably categorised the strategy in the moderate risk category. In the IMT's view, he stated the likelihood of the risk of spotting was low, but the consequence obviously understood to be quite high. While it's a tough call to make whether the strategy was moderate or high, he felt comfortable with the decision and felt like it was a strategy that could be implemented without the risk occurring. This was because if they didn't implement the strategy, the alternative option was a defensive option. Relying on aircraft to implement a slowing strategy wasn't necessarily really available due to the atmosphere being so smoke-logged, which meant the use of aircraft could not be guaranteed due to visibility issues. Mr. Pullen maintained that he would recommend against a defensive strategy in every instance, unless it's a last-minute thing. But if you have the time to plan, then you plan to put in some form of offensive strategy. Even in hindsight, Mr. Pullen stated that he couldn't see himself ever reaching a different decision. Mr. Burley also stated, on balance of all the factors, he would still support the plan. Coming now to the question of whether the change was reasonable in the circumstances, and particularly the decision to bring forward and alter the anchor point for the backburn. Mr. Conway surmised that while a defensive strategy was an option, such a strategy would have placed both firefighters and residents at significant risk in the event of a fire run under severe or extreme fire weather. Given the scale of fires across New South Wales at the time, Mr. Conway opined that the IMT could not have any confidence that they would have access to the number of firefighters, firefighting vehicles and aircraft needed to safely and effectively implement a defensive strategy. He stated, relying solely on a defensive strategy in the circumstances that the IMT were facing would have been incredibly problematic. Mr. Conway said the challenge for firefighters in those circumstances is extreme and the potential for successfully protecting life and property is minimal. It followed that, on Mr. Conway's view, completing a backburn to reduce the fire intensity of any fire run into these areas was, and I quote, the only offensive strategy considered viable. The complexity and risk in undertaking the backburn was acknowledged by the IMT members and fire ground managers. Having regard to the weather forecast issued on 13 December for the subsequent day, Mr. Conway opined there was a quite narrow opportunity to put in the backburn, and this would certainly put pressure on the team who were undertaking the backburn. In view of the above considerations, Mr. Conway, Your Honour, ultimately concluded that the decision to proceed with the backburning as planned for the 14th of December was a high-risk strategy, but the only viable offensive strategy to the IMT to protect the townships of Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine. Mr Conway also commented that the planning for the backburn was generally aligned to agency guidance and good practice in prescribed burning, that is, lighting pattern and resourcing. In respect of the decision to alter the anchor point, Mr Conway opined that he understood why the IMT chose the intersection of Bell's Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road as the anchor point to start the backburn based on the information they had available. He stated that the assumptions made by the IMT in respect of not anchoring the backburn off Mount Wilson and the fuels being dry enough to sustain a burn that gave them the outcome they were looking for were reasonable in the circumstances, but they can't be validated. When asked to assume that there had been dead fuel moisture content of 9% in the location of where the backburn was being put in based on data of DFMC for 10 a.m, referenced by Mr Jelly in his report, Mr Conway said it would certainly give him cause for thought to reflect on the plan and resourcing, including ground capability, but as to what his final decision would be, he'd have to be standing there looking at the location to be confident to make a call. Coming now, Your Honour, to the question of proceeding with the backburn, notwithstanding the triggers for undertaking the backburn in the Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine areas having not been met. Mr Carter's evidence was to the effect that the 99 Northern grid line was designed to assist fire managers to make sound decisions rather than representing a hard border which determined when exactly a backburn would or would not be implemented. And of course, the Gospers Mountain fire was not burning uniformly on a horizontal line. Mr Carter surmised that the 99 Northern trigger point was crossed by the southern edges of the Gosper Mountain fire on 9 or 10 December 2019. I'll just have displayed now, Your Honour, to remind Your Honour of that 99 Northern grid line. Mr Carter prepared this particular map with a line scan taken from 11 December, superimposed to illustrate that the Gospers Mountain fire had reached and or crossed this grid line in two locations as denoted by the circles. Mr Conway expressed the opinion that the 99 Northern trigger point was an appropriate trigger point, but it was one of a number of things that the IMT should have been thinking about in making their decision. Mr Carter further stated that a line scan from 19 December showed the fire and the backburn met sometime overnight on 19 December with a line scan taken at 1:21 a.m. on 21 December indicating the burn and fire had met. He remarked that that line scan demonstrated that had the backburn not proceeded on 14 December, it would have exposed Nunes Junction to impact by the fire. Mr Conway concluded, based on fire progression mapping provided by the RFS, that it appeared that the southern flank of the Gospers Mountain fire and the northern flank of the Gross Valley fire did meet in part and progressively along a line from Clarence to Bilpin. This occurred over a period of 9 days and was driven to a significant extent by major fire runs on 19 and 21 December. I come now, Your Honour, to issue 14. How was the Southern Containment Strategy implemented on 14 December 2019, including timing, ignition pattern, resources and monitoring, and what led to the initial introduction of fire to the east of Mount Wilson Road? Firstly, how was the Southern Containment Strategy implemented? Firstly, dealing with resourcing. The strategic backburn that breached containment lines on 14 December was executed in the Bell Division. 2 sectors were stood up on that day, namely the Dalpura sector lighting along Bell's Line of Road and October sector lighting along Mount Wilson Road. These sectors, Your Honour, are identified on the map now on screen, and Defers Rock is encircled at the top. Key personnel specific to the Bell Division included Mr James Carter, RFS Bell Division Commander, Mr Craig Burley, RFS Bell Division Operations Officer, Mr Christopher Banfi, National Parks and Wildlife Service Air Attack Supervisor, Ms Elizabeth Rains, RFS, originally October Sector Leader, leading local crews of Mount Tomah, Bell and her local crew from Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine. It appears also that Mr Peter Ellison, formerly captain of the Mount Tomah RFS Brigade, was temporarily allocated as October South Leader and later handed over leadership to Mr Jazanix, who was the captain of the Hills RFS District, who was part of the swing shift strike team. And of course, Your Honour heard evidence from Mr Greg Honeysett, RFS Bell Captain, who was the Dalpura Sector Leader. A strategic reserve or surge capacity was established at Orchid Hills. 2 aircraft were allocated to the operation, with further aircraft available should the need arise. Post-incident analysis identified that 19 crews were assigned to the Bell Division during the day shift and on swing shift. As the events unfolded on 14 December, resources were reprioritised from other fires, and an additional 2 out-of-area strike teams and other local crews were released and responded to the Bell Division. 8 planned aircraft were allocated to the Bell Division throughout the day and evening, and a further 5 unplanned aircraft were available to call upon. Mr Carter believed they had enough resources for the backburn, but earlier access to a large aircraft may have been beneficial. Ms Rains raised concerns regarding the allocation of resources at the commencement of the burn between October Sector and Dalpura Sector. Mr Conway commented that resources were deployed throughout the day to reflect the changing needs on the fireground. He ultimately concluded that resourcing for the backburn reflected what was available at the time and was appropriate for the planned task under the forecast weather conditions. Mr Conway surmised that the line of control over fireground activities was clear on 14 December. There was only one point where the line of control and therefore unity of command was unclear, and that's in that period between when the October Sector leader was handed over. Coming now to guidance provided in respect of executing the backburn. Specific guidance was provided for lighting crews, emphasising a spot ignition pattern and the importance of coordinating between lighting crews in the 2 sectors. Coming now to the execution of the backburn. At 8 a.m, Mr Carter delivered the operational briefing at the Bilpin Memorial Hall. At around 9:40 a.m, a test burn was undertaken in advance of the backburn, which on the evidence went well. At 9:48 a.m, Mr Carter obtained approval from Ms Hodges, the incident controller, to proceed with the backburn. Mr Carter's logbook recorded the backburn had commenced by 9:51 a.m. and was going well. At 11:02 a.m, Dalpura Sector was asked to slow lighting to allow October Sector to remain in an appropriate relative position. The following entry, Your Honour, is recorded in Mr Carter's logbook for 11:35 a.m. In respect of the situation report Mr Carter provided to Fire Command, it reads as follows: Dalpura Sector 30 to 50 metres depth, flame height 0.5 metre slowing, Dalpura Sector down, so we'll be in line with October Sector. Western end is quite hot and using 2 aircraft to cool this down. Close quotes. At approximately 11:30 a.m, Mr Carter requested Dalpura Sector to slow down to allow Mount Wilson Road operations to catch up. Mr Carter commenced that at about 1 p.m. I'll withdraw that. Mr Carter commented that at about 1 p.m. was the beginning of the departure from the forecast weather conditions. The wind had started to back around to the southwest, so by 2 p.m. they were in fire weather, which was not really what they would have liked to have had. Mr Burley agreed that the weather started to take a turn for the worst at around 1 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. The relative humidity started to deplete and the wind started to shift to the southwest as the afternoon progressed on. At approximately 1:24 p.m, the Dalpura sector recommenced lighting. Around 1:30 p.m, all strike teams on site were tasked, and the October sector split into two sectors, an agreed decision between Mr Carter and Ms Rains, and the swing shift teams were deployed. Ms Rains stated that she left Mr Ellison in charge of the October South sector. Mr Carter struggled to recall that Mr Ellison took charge of the October South sector, but stated it was possible he was made the sector leader for a short time until Mr Jezanix turned up. Mr Ellison stated that following a period of about an hour, he passed control over to Mr Jezanix. Mr Jezanix stated he was briefed by Ms Rains and made no reference to the role of Mr Ellison. Mr Burley recalled that Mr Ellison was nominated October South sector for a short period of time before the Hill Strike team took over. Mr Conway commented that such a situation in an escalating incident was not uncommon, and there was no suggestion that this period of uncertainty in management of October South sector contributed in any way to the outcome on the day. Turning, if I may, Your Honour, to spotting to the east of Mount Wilson Road, October sector. At approximately 2:16 p.m, Mr Banfi, that's the air attack supervisor, caused the helicopter in which he was performing the role of air attack supervisor to land. A discussion followed between himself, Mr Carter and Mr Burley. At 2:17 p.m, Mr Carter noted in the situation report to the Hawkesbury IMT that all lighting had ceased due to fire behaviour. Mr Jezanix stated that as the fire spread across the gully to the west of Mount Wilson Road, lighting crews struggled to keep up. The fire appeared to be coming across from Bell's line of road faster than they could light in the October sector. Mr Carter explained that the increase in fire behaviour at the time was a consequence of the burn ignited on Bell's line of road, burning along a ridgeline parallel to Mount Wilson Road and then uphill through a gully to the west of Mount Wilson Road under the influence of a southwesterly wind, with the crews at that location endeavouring to keep the burn on Mount Wilson Road ahead of this fire run. Mr Conway surmised that stopping the lighting on Bell's line of road was absolutely the right thing to do, and it was an appropriate decision at the time to try to keep ahead of the fire front given the behaviour they were dealing with at the time. At 2:20 p.m, a request for a gel run from a large air tanker was put into the IMT. At about 2:23 p.m, Mr Banfi took off again in his helicopter. At around 2:40 p.m, a member of the Glenowry 1 team in the October South sector reported to Mr Jezanix the first spot fire, which they were able to contain. It appears minutes later, at 2:42 p.m, a further spot fire was reported in that sector, approximately 2 kilometres down Mount Wilson Road, to the east of that road near Box Hill 1 team, who, with the assistance of Annan Grove 7 team, went with hoses to try and contain the fire. However, the ground was inclined slightly for about 10 to 15 metres east of the road and then dropped sharply, making it too dangerous for the crews to go in any further. At 2:46 p.m, Mr Burley advised there were multiple spots. Mr Conway stressed that while aerial resources are a critically valuable tool to firefighters, they do not suppress wildfires. They never have and probably never will. They're a tool which are used in conjunction with work on the ground to secure a fire edge and prevent it from spreading. By about 2:47 p.m, Mr Jezanix stated that the spot fire had grown to about 60 metres and was continuing to spread rapidly. By 2:50 p.m, Mr Jezanix stated that he received reports of multiple spots. A decision was made for crews to leave. Within minutes of this occurring, the fire jumped Mount Wilson Road. At 2:51 p.m, Mr Burley reported spots were well established and crews were being pulled out. A fire spread prediction map for the extended outlook for 3 p.m 14 December to 10 p.m 15 December identified that assets may be impacted in Mount Wilson that day and the following day at Mount Tomah if the spot fire was not suppressed. At around 3:12 p.m, the Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine Brigade activated their community engagement program, including emails and phone calls to residents and door knocking to Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine residents not contactable. At the time, they would have had contact details for around 300 residents living in or within those communities. As the afternoon progressed, crews assembled at Mount Wilson to defend the township from the approaching fire. The fire impacted properties along the end of Windsor Rock Road. Can I turn now, Your Honour, to deal with Mr Conway's expert opinion? Mr Conway concluded that the backburn was implemented in accordance with the Incident Action Plan and the Bell-Bilpin Division Subplan. He concluded the decision to anchor the backburn at the corner of Bell's Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road resulted in uphill runs from the burn ignited on Bell's Line of Road. This was a known risk noted by both IMT members and fireground managers and was addressed through a conservative lighting pattern, fireground resourcing, in particular the rostering of the swing shift. Mr Conway concluded the lighting pattern adopted for the backburn was appropriate and consistent with established guidance. Mr Conway also concluded the timing of the backburn during the day in a relatively narrow window of suitable weather and the decision to burn upslope was a conscious one and reflects the constraints of topography, fire behaviour and deteriorating weather forecasts the IMT was grappling with. Mr Conway concluded there was an appropriate fireground management structure in place for the Bell Division. There was some uncertainty during the transfer of command of the October South sector during the early afternoon, which reflected, in his opinion, the dynamic nature of the operation at the time. Mr Conway concluded once the control line was breached, the backburn stopped immediately. An attempted direct attack was made, but due to heavy fuels, access was not possible, nor would it have been safe for firefighters to undertake direct attack given fuel loads, topography and observed fire behaviour. Mr Conway concluded the application of a defensive strategy to protect Mount Wilson Village was the only option available to the IMT and fireground managers on the afternoon of 14 December, once the fire had spotted across Mount Wilson Road and was executed in a timely way. All resources available to the fireground managers were deployed to implement this strategy. Mr Conway concluded the warnings and advice provided to communities affected by the fire extension to the east of Mount Wilson Road were relevant and tailored to the needs of the affected community. There was a brief delay in providing initial advice and warnings after the spot overs on Mount Wilson Road were identified. The focus of IMT members in resourcing the defensive strategy for Mount Wilson may explain this delay, but the delay is still of note. Warnings were in place approximately 1 hour before the fire impacted Mount Wilson. Mr Conway was taken to the submissions of the affected owners to the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry and in particular to some information in respect of warnings and advice within that document conveyed to the public on 14 and 15 December 2019 after the spotting on 14 December. Mr Conway commented that some of the information he was taken to did not reflect what was happening at the time. Mr Conway noted that he could not reflect on what other material might have been out there which was reflective of the situation at the time. Coming to the question of what led to the initial introduction of the fire to the east of Mount Wilson Road. Mr Carter undertook a reconstruction of the backburn based on observed weather condition, Mr Burley and his own observations using endorsed fire behaviour models. He surmised that this reconstruction demonstrated that the backburn from Dalpura sector was not the cause of fire spotting across Mount Wilson Road. Mr Conway reviewed Mr Carter's reconstruction in detail and concurred that the spot fires were most likely a result of fire runs from the first section of the burn along Mount Wilson Road, immediately north of the high voltage transmission lines. And I deal, Your Honour, with the response to recommendations from the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry. Progress on recommendations 47 and 48 from the New South Wales Parliamentary Bushfire Inquiry was a focus of Your Honour's inquiry. Following the 2019-2020 bushfire season, the RFS released an operational protocol for backburning. The protocol addresses subparagraphs A and C of recommendation 47, prescribing the conditions for strategic and tactical backburns, burning out, considerations and approvals for burns, and reporting requirements. In respect of subparagraph B of recommendation 47, Mr McKechnie confirmed that the ICON system has been modified to record whether backburning had been undertaken in incidents. Also relevant to recommendation 48, Mr McKechnie told Your Honour that the RFS hopes to engage the Natural Hazards Research Centre to assist with research under the conduct of backburning operations. With respect to subparagraph D of recommendation 47, Mr McKechnie advised that it was now a requirement in the section 44 incident controller appointment letter that they consider community consultation within 3 weeks of the revocation of the section 44 declaration. Mr McKechnie told Your Honour that incident controllers received training in relation to handling difficult conversations and talking with communities in stressed and emotionally charged environments, as well as speaking with the media. Since the 2019-2020 bushfire season, the RFS have a number of psychologists within the agency that provide care for RFS members and volunteers and can assist with providing advice or planning for conducting community or other significant events. Mr McKechnie acknowledged that there is further capacity for community consultation to be chaired by a skilled and independent facilitator. Finally, Your Honour, can I deal with the question of recommendations? Your Honour, the affected owners have made a number of proposed recommendations at the conclusion of their submissions, and indeed Your Honour has heard today orally from my learned friend Mr Searle on that topic. It is submitted in our respectful submission, Your Honour, that it would not be appropriate for Your Honour to make those particular recommendations advanced by the affected owners for the following reasons. The proposed changes to RFS policies and procedures were not put to Deputy Commissioner McKechnie or any other suitable witness, so the court has no evidence as to the utility or practicality of recommending such measures. Secondly, those recommendations advanced by the affected owners largely canvass matters which fall outside the scope of this particular stage 2 inquiry and the defined issues. Thirdly, in particular, the proposed recommendations directed to the New South Wales Rural Fire Service and the New South Wales Government at large do not have any evidentiary foundation, with the underlying premises having not been the subject of evidence, including by being put to relevant witnesses during oral evidence. There is therefore, in our respectful submission, Your Honour, no evidence before the court which would allow the recommendations proposed by the affected owners to be made. And finally, several recommendations are directed towards the New South Wales Government, which was not represented at the inquiry by a capable department and was similarly not called upon during the hearing to be heard on the utility, practicality or appropriateness of any such recommendations. Having regard to the matters raised in the hearing, it is our respectful submission that Your Honour should accept the evidence of the independent court appointed expert, Mr Conway, that the planning and execution of the Gross Valley Mount Wilson strategic backburn was appropriate in what was undoubtedly difficult circumstances. Secondly, note the evidence of progress on the relevant recommendations of the New South Wales inquiry as they pertain to backburning. And finally, Your Honour, in our respectful submission, make no findings as the evidence does not allow it. Can I just say this by way of final remarks? Those assisting, Your Honour, express our sincere gratitude to those who have aided and provided information to the court to assist with the cause and origin inquiry into the Gross Valley Mount Wilson fire and the general inquiry into backburning operations, planning and execution. May it please Your Honour, that's all I wish to say.
Thank you, Mr Castleton. That brings us to the end of these inquests and...
Ms Wooden, did you want to say something?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ms Woodland.
No, if I may, Your Honour, the RFS does not wish to add to any of its submissions in reply that have already been served, and nor does it seek to respond to anything that the court has heard today. But if I may, the RFS would like to briefly mention a matter of concern that has arisen in relation to this inquiry.
Yes.
And that is that it has recently come to the attention of the RFS that there are several Facebook posts that are circulating on the internet at the moment, which unfairly misrepresent the evidence that was given by certain RFS witnesses in this inquiry. Now, the RFS recognises that there are strong views in the community in relation to this inquiry, and it also recognises that many members of the public have legitimate interests in understanding the evidence that was received by this court. At the same time, the coronial process relies on witnesses coming forward without fear of exposure to undue criticism, and that's why it's important to address this in open court today. So in that regard, there are 2 points the RFS wishes to raise. One is that there has been no criticism of any RFS or indeed any other witnesses in the course of this inquiry. And in fact, to the contrary, the court's just heard counsel assisting expressing the court's gratitude. And secondly, for anyone interested in understanding the evidence that was in fact received by this court, the RFS encourages those people to watch the videos that are publicly available on YouTube of this inquiry, rather than relying on second-hand accounts or commentary on social media.
Thank you, Ms Woodland. Well, I'd like to endorse what Ms Woodland has said, and I certainly would also encourage anyone who would like to understand the evidence better to watch the live stream videos that are available on the Coroners Court website. And it is a concern that there have been criticisms by way of Facebook posts, and I certainly hope that does not continue. That does bring us to the end of the bushfires, inquests and inquiries. The 2019-2020 New South Wales bushfire season was without doubt one of the most catastrophic on record. Tragically, 25 people died in connection with the fires, including 7 firefighters. In addition to these deaths, over 5.52 million hectares of land were burnt, the largest recorded area of land burnt by bushfires in the state's history. The fires destroyed or damaged a significant number of homes, schools, facilities and infrastructure. The fires also had a very substantial impact upon flora and fauna and have been described as an ecological disaster, with estimates that more than 800 million animals died as a result. Many of these fires also had a devastating impact upon First Nations peoples, the traditional custodians of the land. Despite the catastrophe, there have been accounts throughout these hearings of courage, heroism and selfless service. I wish to expressly acknowledge the work and dedication of emergency services personnel who put their own safety on the line to protect the community during these bushfires. These hearings commenced on the 5th of August 2021. Over the course of a total of 78 sitting days, the court has heard 25 inquests, 43 fire inquiries and 6 representative case studies involving 17 fires. The brief of evidence comprised more than 44,000 pages and substantial electronic material. More than 190 witnesses were called to give evidence. I will be carefully considering all the evidence as I prepare my findings and recommendations. As we close today, I would like to acknowledge the extraordinary work done by my assisting team to bring us to this final day. And finally, I wish to acknowledge the strength and patience of the families and friends of those who have lost their lives during the course of these fires. I'll now adjourn for the delivery of findings and recommendations on a date to be advised.
Please report.